Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today, let's do just a happy little painting. It's such a fantastic day. I'm glad you're with me. So, tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And today we have, as you can plainly see, a black canvas up here. Now to get a black canvas, all you do is take a white canvas and cover it with black gesso. Allow that to dry completely, and then we cover it with a thin, even coat of transparent color. Today I've used a mixture of phthalo blue with a little bit of sap green into it. And I've just covered the entire canvas with just a thin coat. And you can just sort of touch it, and if you get on your finger here, if you get a little bit of color, then that's just right. You don't want it too thick or it becomes very difficult to work with. Just thin, even coat. And that's the hardest part of this painting, is putting that paint over the black gesso. The rest of it's easy. Let's start out today with the old 2-inch brush. Go into a little bit of titanium white. You know, as I've mentioned before, when I do these black canvases, if you're ever painting in front of friends or family, do these black canvases and put the color, the base color on before you go out and to do your demonstration. And then when you hit this with white paint, the beautiful colors happen and people think there's something magic happening. And don't tell them the secret, that's between you and I. Now then, maybe we'll have a little bit of light up here in the sky. I think we'll do a happy little waterfall today. So we're just going to start right up here. Just pick out an area. Just making little crisscross strokes. Just begin laying in a little bit of color. And you can see how that just comes alive. That blue and green underneath there. Just really makes it jump out at you. It's a super, super nice way of making very effective little paintings. And color stands out so much brighter on a black canvas. And now you can keep going back and make this as light as you want it or leave it very dark. It's totally up to you. Painting is a very individual thing. So create your own world. Make it the way that you want it. And then it's just right. Okay, now we have a little light area up in the sky. Let's wash your brush. We'll just scrub it off. Good old odorless paint thinner. Got a screen in the bottom of the can, so it allows the solid materials to sort of settle down to the bottom. Shake it off and just beat the devil out of it. As I mentioned before, you can change the decor of your room in one heartbeat doing that. One thing I want to show you, I've got a lot of letters in, people saying, how do I contain this? So I brought a little brush beater rack out here to show you today. It's a very simple little device, and it just goes right in the bottom of a waste paper basket. And you shake the brush inside of the basket, then you beat the bristles firmly against this. It contains it, only a couple of bucks, and it'll save you a happy home, your marriage, you can't believe it. Let's start out today. We'll just take the old 1-inch brush, just go into a touch of the phthalo blue, a little brown, be right back. Maybe a little black, a little crimson. I'm just looking for a dark color here. There we are. A little more of that crimson. I like that. All right. Maybe there's a little hill back here far away. Let's just take this, just tap down. Just make the indication of a little hill far away. Not looking for a lot of detail here. It's too far back. There we go. Just blend it on down. We're going to cover most of that up. A little bit of it will show, I think, and that'll give us an indication of a hill far away. Tap it a little bit, help create that illusion of mist. Lift slightly upward. That's all there is to it. Shoot that easy. Today let's use this old big brush. Sometimes we're so afraid of this brush because it's big, but let's use it today and show you what you can do. We'll take a little blue on it. Let me grab some sap green here. I need some sap green. Now then, let's just begin. We'll just tap it a little here. Let's begin deciding where little individual trees live here. These are closer. They have a little more detail. And I'm just using just the brush, just tapping this big brush wherever you want them. Back up in here, maybe there's just all kind of little trees that live way back in there. Excuse the noise, it's just where I'm tapping. There we go. There we go. Just wherever you want them. All right. And these are just going to be indications of trees and bushes and stuff that are far away, far away. Now, I'm going to take that same color, liner brush, paint thinner, make it very thin. Turn that brush, turn it. Okay, now then, maybe back here we can make out the indication of some little tree trunks here and there. Not a whole bunch. Just see a few. There. Now you can do these with a light color also, and they'll stand out. Very pretty then. We'll add a little white to that. Make it a little bit lighter. And watch how they stand out. There. Okay, just wherever you want them. And as many or as few as you think should be there. Now, let's have some fun. Maybe in our world, there's a big waterfall that lives right here. We're going to give you the bravery test right here. This is your bravery test. Let's see. If our waterfall lives here, this is just titanium white on the large brush. Decide where he lives. Touch, like so, and pull it down. Just touch it and pull it. What could be simpler? Touch and pull. There we are. And decide how big he is. Just pull him straight down. This old big brush will do some fantastic things for you. There. Okay. Now then, maybe down at the base of our waterfall, there's some beautiful mist. For that, I'll just use the old fan brush. A little bit of the titanium white. And we got to make some big decisions here. Maybe our waterfall just hits right down in here. And I'm just spinning that brush. Just spin it, wiggle it, push it. Make all kinds of just beautiful little shapes. Just get crazy with the brush. Just let it go. There. This is where you take out all your frustrations. Just let that rascal spin in there and carry on. And it's picking up the color that's underneath. There. See, normally if you do this on a canvas, you've just ruined it. But here, this is where you have fun. This is where you have fun. Now we'll take a clean 2-inch brush and very gently just begin winding that up. Just blend it. Blend it, blend it. And you can create some of the most beautiful little misty areas. Tap it. Blend, tap. That tapping really diffuses it. Just wherever you want them. There we go. Just create all kinds of misty areas. And very lightly. Then we can blend out all the little marks. It looks like we just have a cloud of mist hanging there. Maybe a little more right in here. I want this to be a little bit brighter. So you do the back one first. And it'll be like there's another layer of mist laying here. But do the back one first. Have it totally finished, then start this one. If you want to create several different layers within this misty area. Okay, we'll just blend this one. Blending, 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 tapping. There we go. Okay, give it a little fluff it, like so. And we're in business. We have another layer of mist. And you can just make layer after layer after layer, create unbelievable depth in your painting. Okay. About time to wash your brush here. Scrub it off. And we're in business. All right. I'm going back to the big old 2-inch brush here. A little bit of the blue, and be right back, a little sap green. Now we can begin just putting some things over here. Some very basic little shapes. Maybe there's trees that live on this side of that big old waterfall. Just think about basic little shape you want. And all you're doing here is just tapping. Just tapping. There we are. Now I'm going to begin adding at least a little touch of the yellows. A little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow. Same old brush. Just begin putting the indication here and there of just a little highlight, a little more detail. There. That's hanging right out over here in front of the waterfall. See how that pushes that waterfall back though? It creates another plane in your painting. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. I want to add a little black to that. Get up in here and put some darker things. These are farther away, they're dark. Just basic tree shapes. Tell you what, I'm going to be tapping in some of these little tree shapes. You know, painting's so fantastic because over the years I've met literally hundreds and hundreds of beautiful people, and they've painted with me and they've brought a lot of joy to my heart. I'd like to share a little piece of film with you and show you somebody here. I think you'll like it. The opportunity to travel to Music City, USA, Nashville, Tennessee, and paint with one of country and western's living legends, Mr. Hank Snow. Annette Kowalski and I had a private class for Hank and several of his friends from the Grand Ole Opry. One of the participants was Grant Turner, the voice of the Grand Ole Opry and the only announcer to be honored in the Country Music Hall of Fame. Also present was Fred Perta, a fantastic gentleman who makes everything work behind the scenes at the opera. Jimmy Snow, Hank's son, allowed us to paint at his television studio for a couple of days. Jimmy and his wife Dottie recorded this historic event on film so we could share a couple of minutes of it with you. Now here we are on the last day of painting.
I've learned more in the last couple of days than I could learn in a year, really.
Well, thank you. Shoot, you're doing almighty paintings there. Son of a gun. He have his own TV series coming up real soon here. Look for Hank Snow and the joy of painting. Hank, thank you very much. I really enjoyed painting with you.
My pleasure, Bob.
Can I show him your hand?
Sure. The other one's worse, not that one.
Hank paints his hand, too. Isn't that fantastic? I thought you'd enjoy seeing Hank, and boy, that son of a gun's a fantastic painter. You know, he's so talented. He can sing and he can paint. I don't think there's anything the man can't do. And I was very honored to have the opportunity to paint with Hank and Grant Turner and Fred. They're fantastic people, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank them for allowing me to be a little part of their world. There. Okay, I've just tapped in some little things here. Now I've got the liner brush, and I'm going through a little bit of black and the colors. I'm going to put in the indication here and there of a few little tree trunks that are way back here in the distance, way back here. When you're doing this, if you have trouble making the paint stick, all you have to do is just add a tiny bit of paint thinner. And so you can just put all kinds of little limbs and sticks and wherever you want them. Just sort of think about where they would live in there and drop them in. So all there is to it. Same old brush here. We're going to some Indian yellow, cad yellow, yellow ochre. Just mix these colors up. Now then, all these dark colors we put on here. Now I'm just going to begin putting some highlights here. I want this to stay very dark, so I'm not looking for a lot of color, just indications. Begin thinking about individual little trees though in here. There's a nice one. Maybe a little light's hitting him. He's standing out here in the sun. Look at that. See, just using this big old brush, you can make all kinds of things. There we go. Maybe here's another one. Look at that. There he is. Big old tree. He lives right up there. Here's another one. And you can put layer after layer after layer of beautiful tree indications without hardly doing a thing. This is the lazy man's way of painting. Okay. Now then, this old waterfall's coming way off up there, splashing, making all that. Shoot, it's time to have some fun. Let's go into some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, get some black. I'm looking for a very dark, dark color. Let's go up here. Maybe there's a big stone that's right about here. Boy, look at that rascal. Just have to make a decision. Where does he live? Drop him in. And we'll just paint that in with a fan brush. There. Okay, now then, same old color. Maybe there's some little stones back in here. You know, if there's all these big stones, there's gonna be little stones. Now just by changing the brush strokes here, with the least little amount of color, we'll use a little dark sienna, a little white, but the least little amount on the brush. Want this to stay dark. You can create the illusion of all kinds of little rocks and things happening in it. but mainly with just your brush strokes. You really don't have to work a lot. See, already that looks like big old rocks, and it's just the brush strokes. Let them work for you. Shoot. If you can do it easy, why work at it? Maybe there's some mist down here at the bottom of this. Okay, we'll take our whole brush and just tap this and work it. All kinds of nice misty areas down here. Just let that blend right up into your rocks there. Just lay that son of a gun right down into the mist. All right. Now I'm going to dip the brush into the smallest amount of liquid white and go into the titanium white. Load the brush full of color. And out of this mist back here, we're going to begin seeing water coming and choom, it's going to fall and splash and have fun. We don't know where all it goes and where it's headed. Push upward to make little foamy things. There. And there's stones underneath the water that you don't see. Just let it go. Let it go. Boom. Just sort of think about where a little stone lives. Push, bend. All kinds. These little streams are so much fun to do. Boom. Just think like water. You run it along here and having a good day. It's a good day. And all of a sudden, some son of a gun pull the bottom out. Bloop, and you fall. Just make up little stories. See there? There he comes. Well, that little stream just keeps on moving and meandering down there. Wherever you want him. Maybe he just comes right on out. Still falling in places. There's rocks and stones and old trees. There we are. Maybe there's a little beaver hiding under there. Whatever. That's a pretty fast stream for a beaver, but maybe he's a fast beaver. Whatever. Okay. Now then, let's put in a few more stones. And when you're doing yours, put in as many rocks and stones and things as you want in there. You can just drop them in. Maybe there's a big one lives here. Big rock over here. Now, once again, just use brush strokes and the least little amount of color, and you can create all these illusions of little stones and rocks. But it takes very, very little paint. Very little paint. Just let that old fan brush just work. There. I love these little black canvases. They're so effective. There we are. Maybe. Right. There. We'll just put another rock. So you just sort of make up ideas and drop them in. Whatever feels good, do it. If it feels good and it doesn't hurt anybody else, then it's all right. It's all right. Now then, here we go. Choom, we just change that to a little waterfall that falls right off there. And it splashes up against the base of these rocks. There it goes. Right on out. Shoot, maybe it just runs right off the canvas over here. We don't care. Wherever you want it. This is just titanium white, a little liquid white to thin it a tiny bit, and then it's picking up the color that's on the canvas. So the canvas is working for you. You don't have to do anything. Just rub a little white paint on it. I get so many letters from people that have tried this and it's working for them. And whole new worlds have been discovered, and especially my young friends. There's so many young people all over the country who write, and you can't believe what they're painting. You just absolutely can't believe. And it creates an interest in art and a caring for nature. And anytime you can instill that in a young person, it's so fantastic because they're the greatest people in the world. And we got to keep this old planet together, boy, because it's all we got at this point. Maybe one day we'll have something else. Right now, though, this is it, so we have to take care of it. It's one of the reasons I like to show all the little birds and stuff on the show. We don't want to lose them. And people like the bird lady here in Muncie that take care of them. They're special people. Special people. And there's probably someone in your area that does the same thing. Shoot, go see them. They're usually glad to show you what they're doing. They need your support and help. And they're really providing a worthwhile service. Somebody has to take care of these little rascals. I'm just doing the same old thing here. Get off my soapbox. I talk too much sometimes. There. Shoot. Let me grab another fan brush. Maybe down here. Maybe. I'll take a little blue, go into the yellows. I want this to be dark. Let me grab a little more black. It's too light. There. Just right on the fan brush. A little bit of that dark greenish color. Maybe there's some little grassy things that live down here right down here. Isn't this a beautiful place to come and hike or fish or whatever you do? I love to fish. I'm an avid fisherman. But I'm not a very good fisherman. Shoot, I catch fish, I put a little Band-Aid on him, give him a little CPR, pat him on the tutu, put him back in the water, wish him well. Come back next week, try to catch him again. If we leave him there, then he's there for the next time. Back to the old big brush. Other fishermen sort of frown upon me sometimes the way I fish. But I think that's the way to do it. That way everybody has a chance to catch him. There we are. I'm just putting in all kinds of little indications here, just bushes and stuff. Not looking for a lot of detail. When things are so thick like that and they grow together, it's hard to find individual details. Okay, maybe right here lives just a happy little rascal. And all we're doing here is just taking this large brush and tapping downward. You know, a lot of times when there's this much water, you have a lot of moss and a lot of trees that they hang. They have a lot of hangy downs on them. And it's so pretty. It's beautiful. Just let it hang right out over the water there. There we go. Okay. Now then, let's take our little liner brush here. I'll go right into, this is sort of a grayish color. Let me get a little more thinner. I don't have quite enough thinner. Right back. There we are. I want this to be very thin, almost ink consistency. And here and there and there and here, back here in these trees, I just want to sneak back in here, put the indication of some tiny little tree branches and stuff that are growing. Just a few. Adds a little detail to your painting. And if you're out selling paintings, of course we don't do that, but if you're ever out selling paintings, this is what makes your painting sell while somebody else will stand there and frown at you because their painting doesn't sell. It's these little details, the fact that you care enough to do the extra things. That's what makes it nice. Years ago, I used to travel all over and do demonstrations and sell paintings, and sometimes people would get so angry because my paintings would sell and theirs wouldn't. And I'd invite them to come over and paint with me. Shoot, and I try to tell people if somebody's doing better than you are, don't get mad at them. Figure out what they're doing that's working. Shoot, don't waste your time getting mad at them. Just learn what they're doing and outdo them. You can do that. You can do anything. Just here and there. Boy, I just got all kinds of little sticks and twigs. Okay, maybe over here there's some growing. Over here, maybe a bird dropped a little seed here, and there's just a little tree came up. There he goes. He's a tired little tree. Boy, he's had a tough life out here. Tough old life, like me. He's had a hard time. There. You got to make those little groany, moany noises or it doesn't work. If you're doing a tree that's tired, then in your mind, think about being tired. There. All right. Tell you what, let's go over here. grab my old fan brush. It's got the dark color on it. You get a little of the brown and the black. I want to just put the indication right in here under this. There's some nice stones. These little stones with a fan brush are fun to make. You can just put as many or as few as you want in your painting. Just keep them going. There we are. Sure hope you enjoyed seeing Hank, Grant, and Fred painting with me. Boy, they are some of the most super people. I've met so many wonderful people painting. I wished I could show you everybody that I've met. And maybe one day I will. And if I get to your area to paint or to do a demonstration, please come out and see us. I really enjoy meeting you. Or send me photographs of what you're doing. Every once in a while we put them together and we show them on a big board here. We like to show people what everybody across the country is doing. And maybe your painting will end up on TV here with me. And that would be very nice and very special. I'd love to be here with you. Shoot, I think we about have a finished waterfall here. I hope you've enjoyed this one. I'm going to sign it, I believe. Take a little paint thinner, a little red. Shoot. Let's go right down here. We'll sign this rascal, call it done. Try this. Basically, all you need is a 2-inch brush, fan brush, palette knife a little bit. You really don't even need that much. Very limited amount of equipment, very limited palette, and you can do some beautiful paintings. And once again, let me hear from you. Let me know what you're doing and how it's working for you. And if you have questions or problems, please write. Feel free to ask any old question, just about any old question, and I'll be glad to answer them for you. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. I look forward to seeing you again. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little waterfall. You know, we've done several waterfalls in the past, but I still get hundreds of letters from people wanting to do waterfalls. It seems to be one of the more popular subject matters, so I thought we'd do one today. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet, slick, ready to go. And now let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. Let's go on up here and get started. I'm going to start today with a little bit of the black and a little bit of phthalo blue, and we'll just mix them together on the brush here. Blue and black. Just brush mix them. Okay, let's go right up to the sky here. Let's just put a happy little sky in here. Just dance the brush around. Let it play, let it have fun. There. See, and just make little crisscross strokes with it. And start at the top, work downward. That way it picks up the liquid white, and automatically your sky gets lighter in value as you work downward. There we go. And in landscapes you always want things to get darker as they get closer to you. Toward the horizon out here, it should be much lighter in value. While we have that old dirty brush here, I'm going to take and add a little bit of phthalo green, a little bit more of the blue, a little black. We'll just, once again, just mix them on the brush. Let's go right down here. If we're going to have some water down here, let's just apply some color to the canvas. Maybe we'll just lay this in, and then we'll make the big decisions later where it's going to be. Wherever. Right now, all we're looking for is some nice dark color. You need the dark in order to show light. Okay, now let's wash this 2-inch brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. And as I've said many times before, it really, really pays you to use odorless thinner. Okay, shake it off, and then just to really beat the devil out of it. Cameraman told me before this started, if I covered him one more time, he was going to walk out here and get me. So he's about fed up with this. Okay, now, with a clean, dry brush, we'll just take and very gently blend all this together. Just blend it together. Be sure your brush is dry. I've got a little hair right there. I'll just pop it right off. There. If you get a hair on your canvas, just take the corner of your brush and lift it off. Don't try to take it off with your fingers. You'll end up messing up your whole painting trying to get that rascal off there. Okay, this down here we really don't care much about right now. It's just color. All right, I'm going to take another brush, and I have several of them going, so I don't have to continually wash them. Same brush, it's just a 2-inch brush. I'm going to pull it right through some white, add a little red to that. We'll brighten this up. A little bit of red, tiny bit. Pull that brush one direction. Load it full. Look at all the paint that's in the bristles. Good, let's go up to the canvas. I'm going to put a happy little cloud in the sky today. And I'm just going to take the corner of the brush and just let it bounce around, let them play, let them have fun. Clouds are very free, very free. Just let them go, like so. About like that. That's enough clouds for this painting. Just throw them in. Let me clean the brush. Just scrub it off. Scrub it off. Give it a good wrap. And you're in business again. All right, now I'm going to use just the corner of the brush here and gently blend the bottom of this cloud. I don't want to touch the top, just the bottom. Blend it out a little bit. Just blend it. I want this to be a nice, bright cloud. Just lives up here in the sky and has fun. Okay. Then that just cleans off the excess paint. Any paint that I picked up. Just by beating the bristles, you can clean it without going through the whole procedure. Now we'll fluff it up. And very lightly. This is just barely caressing the canvas. Just graze the canvas. And that easy. You have a beautiful little cloud. Okay. Now then, we'll put some little background trees in here. And for that, I'll mix up a lavender color. We'll use some alizarin crimson, a little bit of phthalo blue, and proportionately much more crimson than blue. The blue is many times stronger. So more crimson than blue. All right, let me clean my knife off. And let's load up this old round brush. And to do that, all I'm going to do is just tap it. Just tap it right there. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, decide where you want a happy little tree to be. Maybe there's one that lives right there. And think about the shapes. Lay in some very basic little shapes here. We're just tapping these in. Just have fun, let them go wherever you want them. This is your creation, so you have to make these decisions. Make them different sizes and different shapes. Trees are like people, they're all different. Now then, we can take a clean brush, and I want to create the illusion of a little mist here. So I'm just gonna tap it. Just on the bottom, just really raise cane. Now if you happen to put too much color in here and it doesn't work, add a little titanium white to your brush when you do it. It's better to use just a little paint and allow it to blend with the liquid white that's underneath, though. It gives you a much more natural appearance here. Then I'll just lift up a little. And that creates the illusion of a little mist. And if you go back, we can take the same color, and now we can add in some little bushes or a little closer, and see that little misty area right there separates it. It's the same color, it's just that the mist separates them, and we can create several layers of little bushy things. Okay. There we go. Now then, maybe on the bottom of this one, a little bit of mist also. And you can create layer after layer after layer after layer of these. Just blend it out, that easy. Now then, I'm going to take my liner brush with a little bit of paint thinner on it, and I'm going to go, there it is, right into a little bit of brown, a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Just turn that brush until it comes to a nice sharp point, like that. See how sharp that is? Good, let's go up here. I want to put the indication in here of a few little tree trunks. Now this is quite a ways back in the distance, so we're not looking for a lot of detail yet. As we work forward, then we'll begin worrying about detail. Back here, we just want to give some indications. Decide how many trunks live in your trees, put them in. Put them in, there you go. Yeah, I think I said on one of the earlier shows, it's almost unbelievable to me now that we have, with the completion of this series, over 90 half-hour shows. That's so fantastic. And if you haven't got to see all the shows, give your local station a call. Tell them you'd like to see them. If you enjoy the shows, let them know. That's the only way they have of knowing. There we go. Because all the past shows are available to them. They can get them if they know you want them. Okay, now we've got the indication of some tree trunks. Let's take, I'll just use the same old dirty round brush. I'm gonna go right into a little bit of the yellows, a little yellow ochre. Pick up some sap green, same old dirty brush, I don't care. Just tap it in. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, this is far away. I don't want a whole bunch of highlight. I just want enough so you can make out a little indication of some color here and there. Don't overkill. This works so nice, it's easy to get carried away, and you cover up all the dark areas, and you lose the depth, lose the distance. Little yellow ochre added into that same color right there. See, that easy. Okay, and then you can just begin deciding where they are. Put in all kinds of happy little things. There's one. And just think about shape here when you're doing these. Don't just hit it random. Think about shape. It's like when I was a kid, my uncle used to tell me, you know, I wanted to catch a rabbit. He said, well, you stand behind a tree and make a noise like a carrot. When he comes by, you grab him. So that's what you got to do here. You got to think like a tree. I didn't catch many rabbits, if you're interested. There we go. Maybe down here there's some little ones. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to catch a little rabbit anyway. I think they're too cute. All right, enough of that. Now then, that gives us a nice little background, and all we're looking for is just some background so we can really concentrate on the waterfall. Gonna go right into some good dark color. Maybe our waterfall is gonna be in this area somewhere, and maybe it's gonna drop right off in there. How's that? Just drop it off wherever. Somewhere in there, and then we'll have some dark color down here. We really don't care at this point. Let's take some brown. We'll use some Van Dyke brown and some of the dark sienna mixed together. I'll just mix it right here. Pull it out very flat. Cut across. See, there's a little roll of paint. There you can see it. Little tiny roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Now with that, let's put some stones and some rocks, and something's got to contain this water. Always remember this water has to be contained. Otherwise, it'll just run everywhere. Got to have some stones and rocks and all kinds of little happy things. There. Okay. Now then, we'll take a little white, a little sienna color, mix it together. Maybe I'll put just the least little touch of red into it, like that. Cut across. Let's go up here. And let's put a few little highlights on our stones. Maybe come across. Just let it sort of bounce around and play. This is such a delicate touch. You're just hitting the high points. That's all you're hitting. Now then, time to get in here with a fan brush and have some fun. Now we can start building some water. Now one of our golden rules, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I take a little bit of the liquid white and then mix into the titanium white right on the brush. A lot of paint. The brush is really full of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, start thinking like water. Your water's coming right along here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Just let it play and have fun. There, water's just flowing along this little river. Just like so. It's having a super day. Just taking life easy and coming along here. And then, right about here. Oh, boom, somebody pulled the stopper out and it fell. Now take the fan brush, come across, and then drop it down, bloop. And it helps to make little sounds, bloop, like that. And you have to make a determination now. How long is your waterfall? If it comes to right here, then take your fan brush and watch here. Go in, push, and bend it upward. There, see? And that makes that foam up here on the top. There, give it a little push. Sometimes it levels out a little and boom, bang. As I say, it really helps to make all these happy little sounds and think like water. There it goes. Now, I have to be careful. I get carried away and cover up the whole canvas, and sometimes there's little stones that you can't see under here, and they make it go bloop and cause other little things. Look there. You need those little sounds, though. They really help. There they are. See what a neat little effect that is? Okay, enough of that. I get carried away. I'll take the old fan brush here and I'll go into some of my yellows, little green, just back and forth, back and forth. Let's go up here. Now then, I want to bring all these rocks and stuff together. So I'll push, bend that brush, just like we did to make the foamy water. And we'll make some indications of some happy little grassy areas that are just living right there. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or a little bit of the liquid white to it. And let it just disappear back in here, see? Goes right back into that mist. We don't know where it goes. Don't care. All right. And that's one of the simplest little ways there is to make a waterfall. Now, let's put something here to contain that water. Once again, you have to keep it in. Let's go right up here. And maybe this comes right around like this, and there's a big, oh yeah, there it is. Look at there. Look at there. Bob, you just messed up now. We'll put some big old stones right there. Look at there. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. Quite a bit of paint. Quite a bit of paint. We'll take it to about there. We don't know. Now we also need something on the other side if we're going to keep this water contained. I don't want to lose all that, so maybe we'll just let it pop up. Come right across like that. There we go. Just let that, wherever, make some decisions. Just let this fall right off your knife. I don't want to lose that pretty little thing there. That was a nice happening. See, a lot of times little things happen that you didn't really plan. And they, a lot of times, turn out to be the nicest part of the painting. Watch for them. If they happen, treasure them. Hang on to them. Hang on to them. Here we go. Now then, I'm going to take a little of the brown and white, and mix it together, about like so. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and once again, I have a small little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. I want to make the top of this sort of flat looking so I can plant some bushes and stuff up here. So just grazing it, and angles are very, very important. Very, very important. Maybe there's a ledge that comes right down through there. Look at the angle though. The angle is more important than any other thing in this. You want to keep this looking halfway level, halfway flat. Okay, let's do the same thing basically over here. Just, maybe this one's got a big thing. Just sort of let it happen and see what happens and go from there. There, all right. Now then, I'm gonna take a little bit of white, some blue, and black, mix up a very dark color, and I'm gonna use a little knife. Cut across, and we get that small roll of paint on it also, just a very tiny one. Now, the little knife, it comes in handy for getting into little places like this, using almost no color though. Just begin looking, making determinations, see how that's what separates. Maybe this one here comes out and then goes bloop. No pressure, very little paint. I want to keep this area very dark. very dark. Same thing over here. Just let it bounce along and play. Sometimes you can grab it and go this way. All kinds of happy little rocks. And there's something right there. Just wherever you want it. Just to give some happy indications. That's all you need. There we are. All right. Now let's use a little more of the liquid white and some titanium white, and we can begin bringing some water up around the foots here and hit it, splash. If you want to make it look like water's dripping down, do it backwards. Take your brush and go pew, pew. See there? It looks like it's coming down. Sneaky, huh? We like it. Well, just bring it right on out here. There's some there. Maybe that just keeps right on coming there, wherever you want it. All these happy little things. Let it go on out through here. I better decide what else is going to be in this painting. I just keep playing with this water and having fun. I'm going to have a whole canvas full of water. Tell you what, maybe there's some nice big trees that grow over here on the side. I just got an old dirty 2-inch brush here. I'll use some brown, some crimson, some sap green. Doesn't matter, whatever. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go up to the canvas. Now start thinking about some basic shapes. Maybe there's a happy tree and he lives right here. And his arms just hang out over. Look at that. And it's really nice if you don't get too carried away and you let some sky show through. It really helps. Gives the painting a little more depth, makes it a little more interesting. Just let some sky hang through. There we are. Okay. We're just gonna put a bush out there. There he is. Okay. We'll separate all those with highlights. No big deal at this point. And the big thing here, you're just looking for a dark color. It's no biggie. Whatever you have, just whatever. Don't worry about it too much. Nice dark color. Maybe we'll bring this down there, wherever you want it. I think the other side ought to have some too. We don't want it to get jealous. Maybe there's a beautiful big tree that lives here. And he hangs out. That's what I used to do when I was a teenager. Just hang out. That was the most exciting thing to do. I guess it still is. There we are. Okay. There we are. You know, one of the earlier shows, we showed you some of the paintings that people are doing along with us. Oh, I think that's so fantastic. I'm looking forward to doing that again. Let me hear from you. Let me know if you like seeing what people all over the country are doing with this fantastic, fantastic painting method. Let me know. And if you enjoy seeing that kind of thing, I'll continually bring you some more, because we get all kinds of letters with paintings, and some of them are almost unbelievable, and I'd love to share them with you. All right, we'll go into a little bit of brown. I'm gonna load the brush with brown, and then I'm gonna go right down here and load one side with white. Okay, so I have brown and white. See there? Okay, let's go up here. Now let's put some little trunks in here. There they are. Double loading the brush, the brown and the white, you get both sides of the trunk at one time. Isn't that sneaky? For us lazy people, it's great. And it's me. There. Maybe there's a little element lives in there. So you don't have to be too careful here, because the leaves are going to cover most of it. So you don't have to spend a lot of time worrying. I'll take a little bit of liquid white. Maybe right in here, there's a happy little thing that lives right there, like so. And you can just put as many of them in here as you want, wherever. Don't want this side to get jealous. Just keep the continuity here a little bit. Just put one over here. All right. Now we need We need some dirt down here for all this to set on. So I'll go right into some brown. There we are. See, just lay it in. Make a decision where you want it and drop it in. You know, so many of these shows are designed from cards and letters that we receive from people, and they tell us what they want to see. So if you have a favorite subject or something, drop me a line. Let me know what you want to see. If I can't do it, son of a gun, maybe we'll just go out and find somebody that can. There we are. Okay, a little bit of highlight on that. Just touching with the light color, barely grazing the canvas. Don't overdo, don't overdo. Just barely touch. You don't want to kill all that nice dark area that you put in there. All right, tell you what, let's put a little of the liquid white, go right into some yellow, little sap green, and we'll load this brush by tapping it. Can you see that? Here you go. Tap it. Okay, let's go right up here. Now then, this is where we put the sparkles on the tree. These are the little leaves, all the little goodies. I'm going to add a little paint thinner to my brush to make that paint a tiny bit thinner. Thin paint sticks to a thick paint. And just drop them in wherever you want them. Wherever. There we go. See them? There. Now I'm going to grab a 1-inch brush also. We said that back here, use a little yellow and some red. There was a little bush that lived out here on this stone. There he is. You thought I'd forgot him, didn't you? See there? He lives right there. Now then, a few more things on this tree. And you just put as many leaves in yours as you want. Let's put some on the other side. There they come. Just let them drop right off that brush. I'm using mostly the corner of the brush. Going into cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, once in a while some Indian yellow, whatever. Just all the yellows and reds, and just let it bounce around and play. There. Okay, now, down here, let's put some individuals. I'll use this same old 1-inch brush. Some yellow, some green. There, pull it through. Load a lot of paint in that brush. Yeah, see there? Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right about there. See there? And put some form and shape in your tree. Just don't throw him up here at random. Put some goodies in there. Here's another one. He's got a little friend. He lives right here. So they live here next to this waterfall. They get all kinds of moisture. Oh, they have the good life. There we go. Maybe right out here, there's one that's got a little bit of red in it. There. Right there, a little bit more. And wherever, you know, just drop these little rascals in. Put a few on the other side. Don't want to overdo. Okay. Drop in a quick one right there. Let it work right down. And let's take the old fan brush. Take the old fan brush. Pop in a little bit of water right around his foots down here. And we're on the verge of having a completed painting. And I hope this is one that you like, shows you how to make a happy little waterfall. And you too can experience the joy of painting. So, until next week, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a painting that's a lot of fun. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old canvas, and I've taken a little black gesso on a paper towel, and I've just sort of gobbed it all over, except right in here and there I just sort of pulled it. I want to have a big waterfall today. So just a basic idea. We let the black gesso dry completely. Then we go back, and I've covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of liquid clear. Then over the clear, I've taken a little phthalo blue and phthalo green mixed together and painted up to here. And then here I just use a little phthalo blue and black, and very little paint on top of the liquid clear. I just want enough so it sort of stains the canvas a little. And that's really all we're looking for. So we have the black gesso, the clear, and then a little bit of color on top. So let's go and just have some fun. Show you how fantastic this can be. Let's start with our old 2-inch brush today, and a small amount of the titanium white. Now right up here above the waterfall, I want to have a nice little soft light area coming out. So we take the white and we go right up in here and we just begin making little X's, little crisscross strokes right above the waterfall. Something about like so. And just let it blend back into the what's going to end up being big trees and stuff back in here. Like that. See, all the little black gesso things still show through, and it looks like you've worked yourself to death. And you've done very, very little. That's the beauty of this black gesso. It may be one of the neatest things that we've ever come up with. There. And you can make that as bright as you want it. Maybe you want it a little brighter right in there. You can take and several times. It's up to you. You can add just a little more of the titanium white and work it out. Something like so. To whatever degree that you want. There. Now then. Tell you what. The fun part of this painting is the old waterfall. So why don't we jump right in and do that one? Let's do that right off. Okay, let me wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. Also keeps our crew on his toes. There. Shake it on. In one of the earlier shows, I showed you the cameraman over here that he wears a raincoat behind the camera. But that way we're sure not to get him too wet. Okay, now let's do the waterfall, and for that today I'm going to just use the old fan brush, and I'm going to dip the fan brush into a little bit of the liquid clear. Don't need a great deal. And then with the clear on the brush, go right into a little titanium white. Don't go away, be right back. I'm going to get the least little touch of phthalo blue and put in there, just to flavor it a little. So we have a little liquid clear, white, and the least little touch of phthalo blue. Let's go up here. Now, I want to make a stroke, comes across and then down. It'll give the impression that the water is sort of flowing, and then somebody pulled the stopper out and down it went. So we go over and we go, phoom. Try to do it fast. If you do it slow, your hand's going to wiggle and you get a waterfall that'll do it fast. It really works better if you do it fast. And you decide how big you want that waterfall to be. Maybe like that. Now, we have a nice waterfall. Now we're going to push it way back into the background. You can also, let's do it with a 2-inch brush. Take the 2-inch brush and pull upward and blend it in. And it'll soften and bring all that together. Now see, you can look right through that waterfall and see stones and rocks that are behind it. There. That's sort of sneaky, isn't it? All right. Let's mix up some black. A little bit of the Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, maybe a little sap green too. What the heck? Whatever good dark color you can come up with. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. Now, we'll just continue to use the old 2-inch brush. I'm going to load a little bit of this color into the 2-inch brush by just pushing. So you can see how that brush is sort of sliding. See, there's a little ridge of paint. There's one just like it on the brush, and that's what we paint with. Okay, now then maybe in our world, there's some big trees. Here they come. There they come. Just use the corner of the brush and begin forming some basic shapes for some nice big trees that are they just sort of hang out here. Just sort of hang out here. Like that. There. All right. And right along in here, I don't know. Maybe on this side over here, here comes some big old doers hanging out. And all I'm looking for right now is some basic shapes to give me some ideas of where all these trees will end up being. We're not committed yet. All we're looking for are just basic shapes. Just little basic shapes. So don't be too concerned. There. You can even take the black gesso and mix it with white gesso and make all kinds of gorgeous effects before you ever paint the first stroke. There. And people, they'll go crazy trying to figure out how you made some of these effects. Shh, that's our secret. Now then, we need something to contain our waterfall. We got an idea where the trees are going to be, so we use old Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna mixed together. Pull it out flat, cut across, and we get our little roll of paint. It lives right on the edge of the knife. Now I'm going to put a big old rock that lives right there. See, that gives us some boundaries on that waterfall so it doesn't just hang there. There we go. And this rock is in front of that rock because I want that rock here to be back behind the waterfall. There, something like that. There we are. All right. All right. Now we'll take a little touch of white, a little bit of dark sienna, Van Dyke brown into it. Maybe even at least a little touch of yellow ochre. Ooh, that's maybe a little more. I like that. Just enough to flavor it a little. Cut across our little roll of paint. Then we'll come right up here on the top of this big stone, rock, cliff, whatever you want to call it, and just barely touching. We want to make this look flat on top because this is where maybe there's a little fox that lives out here in these woods, and he sits right here and he watches everything. So he needs a little flat spot. And it didn't hurt to make up little stories like it, to give reason for things being the way they are. There. Now, no paint. Just grab the edges and pull down. Want this to remain quite dark. Maybe the least little, there we go, least little touch of paint. Almost no paint. There. I'm going to put a lot of grassy things in here that's going to cover that and push it back. So don't worry about it at this point. Don't even worry about it. Maybe a little will show through here and there. So we'll just put some spots here and there that maybe some of the little grassy areas will show through. All right. See there? Looks like little stones showing through already. So I say, this black gesso is so neat, and it makes your painting life so much easier. Now then, let's go back to our old 2-inch brush. Maybe over here. Let's decide where these big branches hang. Maybe they hang right over in front of the waterfall. That's scary, isn't it? After you do such a waterfall, it's so nice. Then you start dragging all these big tree limbs right over the front of it. But that's all right. You know it's back here. And if you learn, your time is not wasted. There. And it also helps create that illusion of distance, because it looks like the waterfall's way back behind these trees, and that's what we want to do. There. But it takes very little paint. Once again, the black gesso has done most of the work for you. Let it work for you. Shoot, be lazy. Maybe there's something that comes out over here even. Wherever you think it should be. Okay. I don't want to cover up all these little areas here. I want to leave some of them showing through. So when it's done, it'll look like you can look through there and once again see some of the little stones. Of course, if you cover them up, we can always go back and add them right back in. Very easy. Okay. Now then, I'm going to grab another clean 2-inch brush. I have several of them going. I'm going to take the least little bit of titanium white, tapped right on the corner, just a little teeny bit right there. Now down here at the base of the waterfall, if water fell this far, it would churn and create a tremendous amount of mist. So let's just do the same thing. We'll take to the top corner of that brush and begin tapping. Just tap. It's just basically titanium white. And you start tapping here. I want to create that nice misty effect right down here. There, something about like so. All right. Just by tapping, and you can fluff it a little bit. Very gently. Now the water hits, and you have that nice area down in there. All right, back to my brush with the old tree color on it, tree limb color. Because I want some of these limbs to be in front of the mist. And think about what's in the foreground and what's behind. Try to paint the thing that's the farthest away first and work forward. And I know you say it sounds logical, and it is. It's really just common sense painting. Paint the thing that's farthest away first and work forward. There. Wherever. Now, let's take our little liner brush. Little liner brush, little liner brush, little liner brush. We'll use that same color. And I want to make this paint thin, like ink, very thin. Turn the bristles in the paint. That brings it to a nice sharp point. And we'll go up in here, and here and there, and there and here. We'll just put the indication of a few little sticks and twigs and all kinds of little things that we can see sticking out through there. There. See there? Already it gives the impression that there's all kinds of little limbs and things happening, and you've done very, very little. Very little. There. Wherever. 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 Maybe on the other side we'll put a couple also. We don't want him left out. Shoot, he'll get mad at you. There. Maybe there's even some old wiggledy ones that hang right over here. There they are. If you have trouble making the paint flow, just add a little more paint thinner to it. Just means that it's not quite thin enough. There. Sometimes there's some, there he is, right out over the waterfall. There. But all these little things that are in front of the waterfall help give that illusion that it's behind. And that's what we're trying to do. We want to make it wee back in there today. I'll just use that same old brush. Go right into a little cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Once in a while I'm going to bump a little of that bright red. Let me grab a little black on the brush. There. Okay, just tap, push. See how that brush pushes that little ridge of paint up? That's what we're looking for. Let's go up in here. Now, let's begin putting in the sparkles, the icing on the cake right here. This is it. All the little highlights. Think about shape and form and how all these little limbs grow in clumps, little branches and these are just a collection of bushes that got together and grew big to make a big tree. Think about little individual bushes that live in here. There we go. There, a little more color. There they come. So you can do fantastic things with a great big old 2-inch brush. If you just give it a little chance. That's all it needs. A little chance. Okay. Right on out, right on over a waterfall. All right. There. Maybe here's another happy little tree. He lives right there. Well, he has some view, doesn't he? Wouldn't it be a nice place if you were a tree to live? It'd always be nice and damp. You'd have plenty of water. I'd like to have a little house here. I think a waterfall is one of the most beautiful sounds. There we go. My mother used to love to listen to the waterfalls. That was one of her favorite things. As you might have noticed on the shows, I've dedicated this series to her. Since the last show, I lost my mother. And my brother Jim and I miss her very much. But this is the kind of scenes that she liked. There. All right. All kinds of gooders. Well, we have to decide what's going to be down here at the bottom. We can get crazy and just keep going. Let's put a little bit on just a few little things on the other side over here too. There we go. I really like these kind of paintings. Really like them. And they're so easy to do with the black gesso. Before we had the black gesso, this was something that I wanted to paint, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. in the time frame that they give us for television. Because actual painting time is only 26 and a half minutes or something like that. And I have a mean old director. Boy, if I don't stop right on the money, she gets mad, comes out here and yells and screams. Treats me rough. Not really. Not really. I made that up. There we go. Let's see all those little things. You can just make layer after layer after layer. And each one of these will help push that waterfall further and further back into the background. There we are. Okay. There. Okay, a little bit right in there. We better make some decisions what's down at the bottom of this waterfall pretty soon. I'm going to fill a whole canvas up full of beautiful little trees, because I like to do these little trees like this. But make them darker and darker down in here. It's a nice shadow area down here. You don't want a lot of light down in there. Okay, let's make some decisions. Let's go with Van Dyke Brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. Maybe in our world there lives, maybe there's a stone right there. I don't know. So you just sort of look. And everybody's painting will be different. Don't just try to copy what we've done here. Look at your painting. Painting should not just be copying. It should be doing your own thing. That's really what makes it fun. And that's the person you need to please, is yourself. If you're happy with what you've done, that's what's important. That's really what's important. It's not what somebody else tells you should be done. Not in painting, anyway. Maybe there's a big cliff over here. Okay. There, just fill all of that. Because it's dark here, we don't have to put much color. Now, we'll take some of our brown and white, little tiny roll of paint on the knife, and just sort of let it bounce along here and play. There, wherever we want it. And clean your knife off, and you can come back and just sort of bring all that together. There. Make a big old mean stone right there. All kinds of little things that live back in here. Okay, mix up a little touch of color. I almost ran out of color. There we go. And then just take our other colors and bounce them around. Let the knife just touch, bounce, jump, move, carry on like that. And it'll make all these beautiful rough places. That's what my doggy says is rough. There. Bounce it across there. Just bounce it. Put a spring on the Indian knife and just let it play. Zing. Over here. There, same old. See, maybe there's a big cliff that comes right out through here. We don't know where it goes. And it comes down. Maybe this is sort of washed out underneath. There we go. See how you can see things though? Maybe it's sort of washed out. Light's just singing through there. There. Okay, good. Now, let's get crazy. I'm going to take my fan brush. A little bit of the liquid clear, go back into titanium white, get a little phthalo blue and phthalo green on there. Get them both. Not much. It's very strong. A little tiny bit of liquid clear. Just to soften it up and make it slide across here a little easier. Now back in here, maybe the water's coming along here and goes ploom. See there? Fell over. Look at there. Maybe there's a little stone back in there and a little splash. You don't have to make those noises, but it helps. It does help. Maybe there's another little thing. Maybe stones all over the place here. See there? We don't know. But the color underneath is constantly coming through also. We had phthalo green and phthalo blue underneath. And all of that comes through. Maybe, I like all these little watery falls. There. Isn't that fantastic that you can make water just move like that any way that you want it to? It just pours right out of there, and off it goes on a long journey. We don't know where it's going to go. Well, we do know where it's going to go. It's going to end up in the ocean. We just don't know which one. There we go. Now, tell you what. This would be a super, yeah. I think maybe, I don't do this very often, but in nature, you always have old trees that have fell off into the water. And sometimes we avoid putting them in here, but why not have one? Here's an old tree. I'm just using Van Dyke brown right now. Take a little brown and a little white here, mixed together. Come right back in here and just touch. Just touch. Put a little highlight on that rascal. This old tree just fell off into the water and it's laying here. Some of the bark still left on it. Let me take our little script liner brush. Go right into our Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a big old limb here. Put it on with brown. Maybe there's some little ones out in here. Like that. Wherever. A little brown and white, so we have a little highlight. I want that old limb to show up. Never even know, maybe this is real low right here and the water is literally coming over that. But this paint, I thinned it with a little bit of liquid white. So it's very thin, almost the consistency of liquid white. And that way you can go right over the top of that thick brown without it all mixing together. So now we have a little place where the water just comes right over the old tree that's laying out there. There. Maybe. Shoot, we're having so much fun. Let's get a little crazier here. Maybe. Yep, maybe there's a big old tree here. Once again, got to make those little noises. I'm just using a liner brush, but you could do this with a fan brush or whatever. It doesn't much matter. Doesn't much matter. Whatever you're comfortable with. Put a few little arms on him. Just a few little arms. Somebody wrote a while back and said, you've really lost it now, Bob. You've given the trees arms. In the next series, we're going to give them legs. What the heck? I think in your world, you can do anything. If you want your trees to have arms or toes, it doesn't matter. There. Now, right out here, maybe there's just a little grass that grows right around his little foot. So use there. See? Grass right out, coming on there like that. Maybe there's a few leaves on that little tree still. Use a little yellow ochre. And just put the indication here and there of just a couple little highlights. I don't want a whole bunch on that tree. Don't want it to cover up all the fantastic things that are behind it. But just a few little things. There we go. See there? Now, dip the brush into the least little amount of the paint thinner. I just want to thin this. We're getting quite a few layers of paint now. So we need to keep the last layer the thinnest. A little green made by sap green, a little yellow. And down in here, we can put the indication of a few little bushes and stuff that live right along here at the water's edge. They set up here on these big rocks. There. Just like that. See there? You can sort of have them hang over. We can take a little brown and white And here and there, you know, if you have something that hangs over like this, there's always little roots and stuff that hang over the edge. And you can make all kinds of little doers that hang off like that. And it helps give a little realism to your painting. There we are. All kinds of little things. All right, I think we're about to the point we have a painting that's about finished. I'm going to take a little paint thinner, a little bright red, and I think we'll sign this one. Once again, when you're signing your painting, make this paint, look at there, it's literally running, so you can see it dripping. It's that thin. Over and over I have letters from people that say it's hard to sign. Keep it thin. Let's sign that rascal. Luckily I have a very small name. You can do it very quickly. Hope you've enjoyed this one. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join me today, because today, let's do a fantastic painting. Let's do the little painting that you see at the little animated opening at the beginning of each show. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen, and let me show you what I've done up here. I've taken my standard old pre-stretched 18 by 24 inch canvas, or whatever size you want, doesn't matter. And I've taken and painted the basic scene on here with black gesso. And I've just very rough, just sort of laid in an idea here and there. And on top of that, on the black part here, I've covered all that with a thin coat of liquid clear. And then on top of the liquid clear, I've covered all of this black area with a lavender color made from alizarin crimson and a little touch of phthalo blue. The top we just got a little liquid white on. So let's get started, have a good time. It's a beautiful little painting, and we'll just see what we can do with it. We'll take a little touch of the phthalo blue, and let's just drop in a very quick little sky up here using little crisscross strokes, and just go right across, like so, like so. And these little shapes that we've painted in here, don't worry about them, just paint right over them, right over them. Phthalo blue is so transparent that it'll allow those to show right through. Don't even worry about them. There. Now then, I've got several brushes going. I'm going to take another brush and put the corner of it into titanium white. Titanium white, don't go away, I'll be right back. The least little touch of cad yellow. Okay. Now the corner of the brush that has the yellow, I'm going to tip to the bottom down here. Right here, and just blend that upward. Now that'll turn a very slight greenish hue. It'll look like a little bright spot right there. Doesn't do much right now, but later on in this painting, you'll love what it does. Now then, now I'm going back to the brush that I used to put the lavender color on. Take a little bit of that same lavender color and just cover up my dark shapes here. That's all we're doing. Allow some of that lavender just to flow right into the sky here. It makes a very soft, misty effect far, far away. That's what I like so much about these paintings. Over here on the other side, just a little bit. Just there. This black gesso is fantastic because it'll paint a large portion of the painting for you. There. It allows you to go ahead and fill in all those big dark areas in advance. Okay. Now then, we can come back here and have some fun. Maybe today we'll have us a little mountain. I'll tell you what, I'll just use that same basic lavender color. Maybe add a little touch of crimson to it, a little bit more to the reddish side. Same lavender color we painted the whole canvas with. Okay, cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go right up here. You have to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? Right up there. Like so. And maybe it's got some bumps and all kind of little things, and they go right all over. It doesn't matter, wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Scrape off all the excess paint. Just, you can hear how hard I'm scraping probably. Just really get in there and raise Cain with it. With our large brush, we want to grab this and let it blend downward. Just let it blend right on down. I don't want to kill all this area here. It's most important to me. I want to save that because later on that's going to look like a beautiful little area that's lit right in there. It'll make sense in a minute. There we go. Now then, let's take our knife here. We'll take titanium white. Least little touch of bright red in it. Least little touch, maybe a little touch of that lavender in there too, just to dull it down some. Yep, still too bright, a little more lavender. There we go. There. Okay, that'll be our highlight color. Now then, I'll take some more of that lavender and we'll set it right here. And we'll put less white into that. Much less, and that'll be our shadow color. Now we have highlight and shadow both. Tell you what, since we got the shadow color on our knife, let's start with that little roll of paint. Let's go right up here. Maybe the light's coming from the left today, what the heck. And we'll go right in here, and I just want to put a little bit of shadow indication, don't want much. Just a very small amount. And don't worry about these trees, because anything we don't like, we'll just paint right over it. There. Now then, back to our highlight color. And begin looking at this. Begin picking out little individual things in here. Maybe this comes right down, like so. Absolutely no pressure at all. No pressure. Let it just sort of float through here. Maybe it comes down, and let it just disappear. Now then, back here, I want to change to the small knife and get back in these little places. A little small knife really works wonders. There we go. And we can drop a few little shadows here and there. Just a few. Just a few. Maybe there's another little peak that lives right there, wherever you want them. Into your world, you place them wherever you feel that they should be. There we go. Now then, a little bit of our shadow color. We need a distinct shadow behind here. Just like that. There. Okay. A little touch more here and there. There. Now then, let me clean a brush here. Dirtied up all my brushes. Wash it off, give it a good shake, and just beat the devil out of it. Now, very lightly, I want to tap this, following the angles, and then lift upward, 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 upward. This will make it very soft and very distant. Over here, follow these angles. There we go. And we haven't destroyed this light area. It looks like a little glow there. Okay. That's enough for a mountain. It's not very important in this painting. It's just there, just because it looks nice. Let's take some black, a little Prussian blue, some phthalo green, a little more phthalo green. There we go. Just looking for very dark colors. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. Grab a fan brush. This is a beautiful painting, and unlike most of them, I know exactly what this one's going to be since we used it in the opening. It only takes a few minutes to paint those little rascals in the opening. But it takes a lot of fantastic people a long time to put that together. We just make the indication of some distant trees far, far away. There we go. There they are. See now that little area right there? Isn't that beautiful? It just makes those trees jump out at you. There. Maybe a few of these trees, maybe they got a little more sunlight, a little more water, and they got a little bigger, and you can see a little more detail in them. Just a few here and there. One or two. Or in your painting, maybe you want more than one or two. Whatever, it's up to you. Now then, let me find a clean brush. I want to create the illusion down here of mist. This is going to be our waterfall right in here. So I want that to have mist right up here on top of it. We'll just go into a light color, white or whatever you got, just a very light color. Tap a little bit of paint into the bristles. And just very gently here, begin tapping in some color. Just tap it. Okay, I beat the brush just to remove excess paint. Now then, just want to start blending that all together. Let me clean the brush. Just beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this. Now we can very gently. See how soft that is? A clean brush. Now we'll begin creating the illusion of mist here. Let it just sort of float around and have fun. There it goes, wherever you want it. There. And maybe there'll be a little bit in here. I don't know, wherever you want it, wherever. We can add more mist as we go. Now maybe over in here, there's some big rocks. Let's do some big rocks. Get a fan brush. We'll use some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna in it. What the heck? A little crimson too. I like crimson. That's a nice color. Load a little in the fan brush. Now we have to make some major decisions. Where does our rocks live here? Maybe. Okay, let's come right in here. Maybe our rock lives right there. This is going to be very difficult to see because it's so dark. All I'm doing is just painting in a basic shape of the rock that's on the other side of the waterfall. That's all I'm trying to do, just very basic. Then we're going to put the waterfall in front of it. So for that, let's take a little white, a little crimson, a little touch of blue, just sort of mix them together. We'll just use a fan brush. Now then, go up here, touch, and begin shaping your rock. Just using the old fan brush. I'm going to come back with a knife and highlight some of this and then brush it. All I'm doing is just putting in some very basic little shapes right now. Very, very basic. There. See? You can begin separating these rocks and you can almost sculpt them. Now then, we use the knife here, a little touch of the dark sienna, all those nice colors. Get a tiny little roll of paint. I want very little color on this. Very little color. And I'm just going to let it sort of skip and bounce and play. Barely touching the canvas. Almost nothing is happening there. And with a nice clean brush and one hair and some air, just light, very light. Barely touch it and pull it in the shape of the rock. In other words, if the rock comes this way, you don't want to pull it across. It'll mess up your rock. Nothing worse than a messed up rock. Maybe anywhere you want to put a little bump, so you can just drop it in, give it a little pull, and that easy. That easy. Okay. Now let's get down to the fun part of this. Now today I'm going to dip this 1-inch brush right into some of the liquid clear and take it right into titanium white. Now this will thin the paint and make it smooth and make it flow very, very smooth, very smooth. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, major decision has to be made at this point. Come right up here. You have to make a decision on where your waterfall lives. Maybe right here. Touch, go. Pew. See there? That's all there is to it. Touch. Pew. Okay, here we go. If you don't make those little noises, though, it won't work. Touch. Pew. Now maybe in our world, maybe this little stone lives right here. Watch right here. See, if you want to place a little stone here, we just take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown or whatever, dark color. Put a little stone there. We'll come back and very lightly up on top here where the little light would strike, we'll put a little touch of highlight. And now we have a happy little stone that lives out there. And he watches the waterfall. And he has a good time because he can watch all the creatures. There we go. Let's go back up here now. Touch. See? There goes our waterfall again. Touch. Just wherever you want it. Now you could do this with a 2-inch brush if you wanted to. I like to use a little 1-inch brush. It gives you a little more control. There. But notice down in here, I'm not putting a lot of color. I want the color to be up here where the light would strike, and down here it'd be softer. Be much softer down in here. Darker. Darker. There. But you see how that liquid clear, boy, it allows that paint just to slide. Just as smooth as glass, and you can just keep. But your shape and form here is most important. Most important. Now we can come back We'll find the old fan brushes. Come right up in here. Maybe up in here lives Big Rock. He comes down, and all we're doing here is just applying some nice dark color so we have something for a rock to live on. Let me get the knife here. I'll pile up a little color. A little bit of crimson, little blue. We'll throw some white into it. There we are. Don't overmix the paint. Leave it sort of marbled, and that way you have a multitude of effects happening automatically. Okay, I'll come up here just like we did before, and now we begin forming this big rock. It lives right in here. Just drop him in. Use a fan brush to put in some very basic little shapes. There. Maybe there's a big ledge. Yep, right there. You're right. You're right. Now then, back to our knife. Take some of these colors and just let them skip and bounce. Just barely touch. Barely. Whisper. Whisper. Quiet. Barely touching. Barely touching. Just want to create a few little highlights here and there. Don't overdo. Leave these rocks quite dark. Now then, with our 2-inch brush, once again, following the angles in the rock, one hair and some air. That's light, isn't it? There we go. And that easy we can create a rock. Big. Now maybe there's a big ledge comes out here. Just let them go. Wherever you think they should live. Just drop them in, one after the other, as many as you want or as few as you want. This might be one of the simplest ways I've ever come up with just to create the illusion of a lot of stones, large stones. Back to our knife. A little bit of, ran out of color there, a little bit of dark sienna, a little yellow ochre, lavender, whatever. And just barely touch again. Whisper, whisper. A little more paint. I think just drop right along. There we go. Okay, a little bit right in here. But let all those little colors just happen. Then back to our 2-inch brush and caress it. Just caress it. There it goes. Now maybe, in our world, maybe, I just had an idea. Maybe it'll get a little sap green. There we go. Let's tap a little bit of color right into the tip of the bristles. Maybe right in here. Maybe there's a little bush lives right here. There he is. Just a happy little bush. He sits right down here. He gets a lot of water because this waterfall, it creates all kind of little misty things. Boy, he's busy down here. There we are. Just going. Okay, let me clean another brush here. I got too many dirty brushes. There we go. Now, back to my large brush with a little white. I'm going to come down here and just tap in a little bit of color. We want to create the illusion of mist. There we go. Now then, knock off all that excess. And we can come back and begin softening. Make it very soft, very quiet. It just sort of blends up here. There's always a lot of mist. When water falls this far, you can bet there's mist. You can just absolutely, without question, you know there's going to be mist in here. Just sort of floats around. Another little layer. There. Just using the top corner of a 2-inch brush. And you can create that effect. There we go. Now, maybe just find the fan brush. Little touch of the liquid clear right into the titanium white. Maybe down here. Maybe the water hits and you can see it coming out of the mist, and maybe there's some stones down here. Shoot, maybe you even want to show there's a stone there. It's all right if you want a stone there. Take a little brown, put your little stone in there, or 2 or 10. It's up to you. Put as many or as few stones as you want in your waterfall. Little highlight on that stone so it stands out. There. Use a small edge of the knife. You can give him shape, texture. Maybe that water sneaks right around, comes right down around that stone. It's splashing right down in the front here. We don't know where it comes from. It's coming from the mist back in here. Just all kinds of little things are happening. There we are. There we are. And take our clean brush and just tap it a little bit here around the edges to mist it up. Okay. Now to create splashes, push upward. Bend that brush so it bends upward. And it'll create the illusion of splashes going on all down in here. Look at that. See, that color just jumps alive because we have all that underneath. There's liquid clear under there, and then there's that lavender color. And it's really, it just comes alive on you. Now on the very bottom, I put a little bit of dark sienna. I hope I mentioned that. A little bit of dark sienna just to change the flavor as it comes on down here. There we go. Shoot, we're getting crazy here. So nice. All right, let me mix up some color here. Whatever dark that was, and phthalo green and blue and black. All those nice colors. Now then, take the old fan brush. Let's go back up top here. Now it's time we start making some big decisions. This tree lives right here in front of the mountain. It has a spectacular view. Spectacular view. Just use the corner of the brush. Come right on down. And I'm not putting a lot of branches on it. I want to leave some area so I can see through that and still see that beautiful mountain back here. Now then, this tree right in here. There we are. And we'll just let him work his way right on down. Right on down in there. And up in here. See, but that black gesso has most of that already painted for you, so it really works well. Okay. Really works well. Let's go on the other side over here, and we'll decide what's over there. We'll take a little brown, little white, little lavender, just mix them all up on the fan brush here. Doesn't matter, whatever you got. Over here, let's come right in here. Make some big cliffs and rocks and all kinds of happy things. There it is, right in front of the waterfall. Got to make those little noises. There it comes, right on down. There we are. See, just all kinds of little things going on in there. There. Just think about form and shape of your rocks. But don't kill all this dark area. It's so, so important here. There's maybe another little thing right in there. Wherever. In your world, you decide. We'll take the little knife and let's come back in here. And once again, I just want to let it barely touch. Just tap a little color. But follow those basic angles that you put in there. Just follow those angles. There. There we go. See, right on down, wherever you want them. And we take our big brush and very lightly, barely touching again. And just move that paint, blend it, create a big rock. There we go. Now back to our brush that we made the little bush with. Maybe we want a bush on this side too. I don't want him left out. Little green, little yellow. We'll come back in here. And there's a happy little bush that lives here. Maybe he's got a friend. Lives right there. And all I'm doing is tapping down with the top corner of the big old 2-inch brush. Okay. Here and there, a little bit more of the white paint. Very little paint. I want to create that misty illusion and just sort of let these blend together. And I'm beating the brush only to remove excess paint. That's all. There. Now you can, it sort of gives the impression that you can see through there and see some of that green. little bit of mist over in here that's sort of floating around. Fantastic. There we are. Maybe in our big tree up here. Tell you what, we can just use a fan brush since I have it already dirty, using that same green color. Put out a few little limbs, and there we go. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. We need a trunk in this big tree, so we'll just take the fan brush. A little brown and white on it. Zoom. Come right on down. Maybe it's a big old tree. He lives right there. Right up there. Take a liner brush with some of that same color, a little paint thinner. Put in the indication here and there. A happy little limb. Happy little limb. Now then, we can take a little white, and we'll use a little bit of this color right in here. Don't want it to get too bright. Want this to remain sort of dark. Add a little yellow to it. Oh, there we go. That turns a beautiful dark, dark green. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, up in here. Now then, we'll just put the indication of a few highlights that we can see. Just using the old fan brush. Or you could very well have done this with a 1-inch brush or a 2-inch brush. I just happen to have this dirty. Doesn't really matter. There. Give the indication of some nice limbs and some branches hanging out here. There we go. There. Just a little more rock things here. It really helps if you're sort of nervous. I want to darken that up just a wee bit. If you're a little nervous, it's an asset here. Okay. Clean off the old knife. Let me wash off a fan brush here. And we will take a little touch of the liquid clear. Titanium white. The clear is in there only to thin the paint. And let's bring all these things right out in here. Let it begin picking up all those little beautiful colors. Maybe this just sort of ripples, floats right on the way. We don't know where it goes, wherever you want it to go. But now it's beginning to hit that dark sienna. A little Indian yellow in there too, dark sienna, Indian yellow. All those little things just happen automatically. This really makes a spectacular painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one, because the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time for us to leave you for today. But we'll be back next time, and hopefully we'll have another surprise for you. I really hope you try this one, and if you do, drop me a line, send me a photograph of how it comes out. I'd love to hear from you, and from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Well, here we are with the last show of the 26th series. So let's have a lot of fun today. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and today I've painted the entire canvas with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. After the gesso was completely dry, then I've covered it with liquid clear, just a very thin coat of the clear. And on top of that, we've just applied a very, very thin coat, not a whole lot of paint, a very thin coat of midnight black and Prussian blue. The entire canvas is absolutely covered with it. And with that, I'm going to show you how to do a fantastic little painting. Let's just start out today with a small amount of the titanium white on the old 2-inch brush. Do just a very quick, simple little sky up here. I think maybe today, we'll do just a happy little waterfall. I like waterfalls. There we go. So I'm just going back and forth, making sort of little crisscross strokes, but using the brush this way. Something maybe like that. So I say in this one, I want a very simple, quick little sky. Just something to throw in a little background color, and then we can get on to the serious business, because I want to play with a big waterfall. All right. Let's clean our old brush. I just really like to clean the brush, as you know. There. Shake it off. Just beat the devil out of it. Now then, clean, dry brush. All I'm going to do is just blend this. Just blend it. About like that. There, because I'm going to put things way up to the top of this, and I'm not looking for a lot of color. Maybe just a touch more right there. Not looking for a lot of color in this sky. Something like that. And that should be enough for us. Now way back in the background here, I think we'll have some little trees that live way up on the side of a hill somewhere. So we'll take blue and black and, oh, maybe a little more black than blue, but pretty close to equal proportions. Pretty close. You just sort of decide in your world which way you want it. Now you'll probably have to put a little white with it if you want to really check the color, because it's impossible to tell if that's toward the blue side or the opposite direction, toward the black side. Now I'm just going to tap down. Maybe in our world, way back here, I'm going to put the least little touch of white on one side of the brush. See? Now I want to start getting the indication of just little trees that live way back in there. All right, a little bit of white just on one side of the brush. Just on one side. Maybe, I tell you what, these trees maybe just go right on off the canvas. I don't know. Don't know that it really matters. It's up to you. It's completely and totally up to you. Whatever. There we go. But all we're doing here is just tapping downward. It's really all we're doing. Okay. Something like that. These black canvases are so fantastic. I absolutely love them. I could do a whole television series with nothing but black canvases, because they are, I think, my absolute favorite. Color shows up on the black canvas so much better than it does on a white canvas. Tell you what, we'll take our 2-inch brush, and I want to create the illusion of mist here. So I'm just going to begin tapping this. Just tap it. Go into the least little touch of titanium white. Oh, the least little touch. Least little touch. Tiny, tiny bit. And I'm just going to pop in some little indications of some little floaty clouds up here. This is so high up, maybe there's some little clouds in here. Takes very, very little color though. Very little color. There's something about maybe like that. There we go. Wherever you want them. Now we can take our little blender brush, very soft little blender brush, and I'm just going to soften these little clouds. Just gently, gently soften them. Something like that. There they go. Just let them float around up here underneath these trees. Just have a good time. Now the more you blend these, the more it's going to pick up that blue and black color that's underneath, and the more they'll disappear. So you take them to any degree of brightness that you want, or softness. It's up to you. Now, let's go back to our little brush. There we are. And let's have, how about right here? Let's have a few trees right over on this side. And we'll just let them come right on down. Maybe they just go right on down into here. I don't know. Doesn't much matter. You put them where you want them. There, something like that. All right, maybe right there. This is just some background foliage, just so we have a place for our little river to come from. If we're going to have a little waterfall, we need a water source. In other words, a place for the water to come from. There we go. So we'll just do it like that. If you've never painted on a black canvas, you really ought to try it. You'll be amazed at what you can do. Absolutely amazed. Going back to my 2-inch brush, and just soften this. I know that may be difficult to see because it's all black, but believe me, when you do this, it'll work for you. It'll work for you. There we go. Now then, let's start coming forward in our little painting here. I'm just going to continue to use this same old color. We're going to use it continually throughout this painting. Load the fan brush full of paint, a lot of paint. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe, see, I wanted this cloud here because it's a little lighter, and when we come back and we begin putting some little trees in here, there's just enough contrast that they'll show up. Just enough so they'll show up. Maybe in our world there lives a little tree right there. And And there's another one. There's another one. You knew. You knew. If you've painted with me before, you know I love to paint trees and bushes and mountains and all these kind of things. There we are. That's really where I'm the happiest, is in a landscape painting. There. All right, maybe. Oh, what the heck. Let's make a forest out here. It's our world. We literally can put anything in it that we want. Anything that we want. Okay. Maybe there's another one over here too then. This painting will give you a lot of practice doing some gorgeous little trees. There we go. We have to start making some decisions here. Have to start deciding if we're going to have a little river in here, we got to start deciding where it comes from. I'm going to take some of that black, blue, little white, something like that. Looking for a bluish gray color. Cut off a little roll of paint, lives right on the edge of the knife there. And maybe in our world, our river bank is right about here. I don't know. See, it takes almost no paint here. Almost no color. Just to do all these fantastic things. Get a little more paint. There. And all I'm doing is just rubbing with a knife. I'm just literally rubbing color right on there. And here and there I'm going to give it a little upward push. Just so it blends with all that's already on there. I don't even know where that goes. Don't know that I care right now. Now we could take a clean fan brush and just grab a little of that and pop it up. Make it look like, see, looks like little bushy things. Sneaky, huh? There they go. There they go. Just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. A little bit of that dark color. I want a little dark edge there. I know you can't see that, but it's there, and I know it's there. I need it, because I'm going to put some water right along in here. We know it's there. There we go. Something about like that. All right. Now, let's take some white. I want a lighter color. Won't add white. So there's white, blue, and black, but it's much lighter. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint, and we'll go right up in here. Got to make a big decision. Where is our water coming from? There it comes. There it comes. Maybe a little lighter so it shows up better. Yeah, there. There it is. It just meanders down right along through here and comes around. We don't know where it comes from. And maybe it gets out here and, uh-oh. Somebody pulled the cork right out. Somebody pulled it out right there. Right there. There, here we go. It's coming down again. It's almost down, and then it gets over here and shoom. See there? And there's the base of our waterfall right there. We just made a big decision. This is where our waterfall is going to live in this painting. There. And sometimes it's fun just to paint the whole waterfall with a knife. Shoot, maybe we'll just do that. Sometimes that's fun too. Take a little of that white color in here and there. Just sort of highlight it a little bit so it shows up a little better. There. As I've mentioned before in this series, you can do entire paintings using nothing but the knife. This knife, once you make friends with it, it does take a while to make friends with it, just like anything else in life. There. Now, see, we have a little background color. Maybe let's take pure titanium white. I want to get a little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife, just like before. But this is just pure white. And I'm going to come right in here and let it break. Whew. Let that color break. Let it break. See there? Just go over. Don't overdo though. It gets feeling good. And you don't know when to stop. But something about like it's all we're looking for. There. Isn't that a neat way to do a little watery fall? You can do a watery fall just using the old knife. And we can take our 2-inch brush and very gently real gently. Or you could do it with a blender. Just pick it up and sort of blend that together a little bit. See there? Now we have water just spilling right over the edge. And down here at the base of this, certainly with all this much water falling, there'd be all kinds of beautiful misty areas that are just floating around down here. Float right on up. Who knows? All kinds of things. Wherever. There. Go back to our little blender. Because it's so soft, we can just get in here and blend that. Something about like that. Just blend it. Take a little color right on the blender here. Get a little more. There. We can just paint in all kinds of little clouds and little fluffy things that are living in here. Isn't that neat? Something like that, wherever you want them. There we go. Boy, that water is churning and raising the devil down there, isn't it? I love waterfalls. I could paint waterfall after waterfall. I think they're so gorgeous. When I lived in Alaska, I spent a great deal of time just watching waterfalls and photographing them. Oh, they're gorgeous things. Maybe down here at the base on our waterfall, maybe there lives, does now, some great big old stones down here. We'll just use that same color because that's all we have. And maybe there's a little hidden one back here. Just can barely see it. I don't know. Another one over here. Wherever you think they should be. Now then we can take and very gently, just bring some of that misty area right on down in there. Very soft though. And this is where you really need that soft brush. If you're going to pull this misty all over the rocks, you really have to have a very soft brush so it doesn't cut the paint. There, we just let the back of that stone just disappear right into the mist. All right. Make little watery sounds when you're doing this. It helps. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid clear. Go into the titanium white. The clear is in there only to thin the paint a little bit. And maybe sneaking right out of here comes a little old watery fall. It comes down, splashes. The water's beginning just to creep out of the mist here. There it comes. A little more paint. Just let it sneak right out of there. We can take the knife, bunk. Put another little stone here and there. Just at least a little touch of highlight on some of these stones. Don't want much, too dark down here. Want to save that beautiful contrast. And then here water comes, maybe it comes right over the top. Little splashes going on. I don't even know where this is going. Doesn't much matter at this point. There we go. All right, we need to close up the waterfall somehow. Need something on the sides, keep it contained so it doesn't just run right out of the painting. Maybe, yep, how about right there? Maybe there's a nice tree, lives right there. There he is. And there's another one. There we go. A little bit more color on the brush. Hope you can see those. Maybe I'll add at least a little touch of white to it. There they go. Now you can see some of those little shapes. Sometimes it gets so dark here it's hard to see them. Maybe. Yep, there's one. Put a little detail. Some of them I'm just making just little pulley down trees. Some of them I'm putting some detail in. Just up to you. Whatever you think should be there. Whatever you think should be there. There comes one. Boy, this one has quite a view, doesn't it? Just leans right over the old waterfall there. What a view. Gets plenty of moisture in its life. There. Maybe all kinds of little things living right down here. Just wherever you think they should be. Now then, I want to create a little mist down at the base of this. So I'll just take a little of that lighter color, a little titanium white. tap in some nice soft misty areas. I'll show you why I want that mist down there in just a second. Now then, let's go over here on the other side of the old painting. We need something to contain the other side. Maybe there's a big old stone lives right out here. Comes right down. Just comes right on down, disappears right into that mist. We don't even know where it goes. Little light color. Put it right around there so it has something on top. There we go. I'll grab just the least little touch of it and pull it down. Just enough so you can see it a little bit. There we go. Our little blender brush. I want to blend this right together. So you can't tell where the mist stops and the rocks come together. Just blend it all together. Back to our little fan brush. There we go. A little white on it so it shows up against it. There we are. Just a few little things that live right in there. There. Something like that. And maybe up here, let's have, yep, big tree. He lives right here. There. Big old tree. I really hope you can see that. I'll put some highlights on it. We'll put a little green on it. Maybe that'll help. These dark canvases on TV sometimes don't show up as well as some of the other ones. There we go. But they are gorgeous. What's neat about these, if you're doing these in public, show them to people with a light on them and then show them the same painting without the light. It's unbelievable, the difference. Unbelievable. There we go. Put the indication of a few little trunks here and there. Not much. Now then, let's take a little bit of sap green, tiny little bit of yellow. I want this to be very dark. Very, very dark. Very dark. A little color on there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, maybe we can see them. I don't want them to get too bright, though. That bothers me if it gets too bright. Just enough so they'll stand out a little bit, like so. And as I say, this is the last show in the 26 Joy of Painting series. My gosh, there's almost 340 shows now. We'll put some over here, too. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that the Joy of Painting has produced that many shows? You made an old man's dream come true. You know, somebody asked me the other day, they said, what should I do if I hadn't got a chance to see all the shows? If you hadn't got to see them, well, call your local station. Just let them know. And if you want the show to continue, give them a call. Let them know that you like it. Because they only know if you tell them. There we are. Putting a little green down here too. What the heck? Not much though. I really don't want much of this green in here. Just enough to sort of flavor it. There it is. Maybe. Let's go back to the fan brush. I'm going to put some things right in here. A few more trees. Need a little lighter color. All we're doing here is just playing with values back and forth. Making it a little lighter, a little darker. Back and forth. Put a little mist down here. Like that. There. Just a little misty area. Something about like that. Soft little area. Okay. Now then, we can go back to our brush that has the black and the blue on it, or blue and black, whichever your favorite is. We can go in here. Now then, we'll put some little trees that live back in here. There they are. There's one. We'll put a little green on him too, just to get him to stand out a little better. But see those little misty areas that you put in? That's the only thing you have to separate. Makes your painting look very, very dark and very deep. Those little misty areas, they separate. They separate. They're your very good friend. Take care of them. There. All right. Our brush that has the green on it, we'll put the indication of a few highlights on some of these trees. Darker, darker, darker down toward the base. There's one. Shoot, I tell you what, I like to make trees. Let's make a couple over here in this misty area. In our world, you're going to be one right here. Now once again, see this mist right here? Watch, that's the only thing that separates. But with that in there, you can put a dark tree right up against it, and it separates for you. There. And it makes your painting look so deep, and you've done such a small amount to it. Shoot, sometime maybe you can just take the fan brush and make a little bush lives right here. It's okay. Something like that. There. Now we have the old fan brush that has the titanium white on it. Let's make some big decisions here. We have to sort of decide where there's going to be a river coming off here. We have to decide where it's going to go. Maybe it's going to go right on out, something like that. Doesn't much matter, wherever you want it. Let's make the water shiny. But to make it shiny, just pull down a little bit with a little touch of the white, and then go across. That easy. Isn't that neat? It's one of the neatest things that happens in this whole technique. There we go. All kinds of little things in there. Something like that. Tell you what, let me take the little filbert brush here, dip it in some paint thinner. Gonna make a thin paint. Got paint thinner I'm going right into, blue and black. And I'm gonna go over here and pull one side through a light color. So it's lighter on one side, so you get it against there, and dark on the other. And maybe in our world here, maybe there's just gobs of little stones that live right along in here. Like so. Just wherever you want them. All kinds of happy little stones. There. Over here, here's a few more. And some of them are out here in the water. Hope you try this painting. It's one of the neatest little paintings. It is so easy, and it's a lot of fun. And when your friends and neighbors see it, they won't believe you've done it. And that truly is the joy of painting. When your painting can make other people happy, then you truly have experienced the joy that comes with painting. I want to thank you for inviting me back into your home for another series of painting shows. The 27th series is already under production, and I look forward to seeing you very, very soon. Thank you again from all of us here. Happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You know, I'm so crazy about this colored gesso and the black and white and gray gesso that we've been using. I thought today we'd do another little painting using some of that. But let's start out first of all and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us, and they'll come out right about there. Okay, while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got today. Today I've taken an oval canvas. Now this is, I hope you can see it against a black background, but this is just a canvas that's made in the shape of an oval. A lot of times we use contact paper and make ovals on rectangular canvases, but today I'm using an oval canvas. You can pick it up in any art store around the country. I've taken a little of the black, white, and gray gesso and a liner brush, and probably an old liner brush is better to use. And I've just painted in some little tree trunk shapes, very quick. And then some limbs, and then took a paper towel and just daubed in a little bit of little gobs of gesso to make it look like little leaf areas, and allowed that to dry completely. Now let's go right down here. Down on the bottom, I've taken the filbert brush and I've used black gesso and gray gesso, and I've just made some little stones, the same way as we make stones normally. In fact, for it's so with, I'll show you how to make some above the water. I'm going to have water in this, and I want it to have stones underneath. I allowed the gesso to dry completely. Gesso is an acrylic base, and it needs to dry completely. After it was dry, then I've covered the entire little oval canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. And the clear is on there just to make it wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color right up here. Whew, what a long explanation, but it's really very simple, and if you've never painted, this is one you can do. Let's start out today with we'll use a 2-inch brush and a small amount of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue because it's a very bright blue. It's a happy blue. There we go, and it's very transparent. But just load a little onto the 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go up in here now. Now all you have to do when you have this gessoed background is really just apply color. And it's mixing with the liquid clear that's on there. And what it is in reality is a glaze. It's just a glaze. It goes right over the top of that. And that easy. You can just turn this into a gorgeous blue background. Now you can do this with any transparent color. I've just picked blue today, but you can do it with any color. It doesn't matter. Any transparent color. Sap green in this particular painting would be gorgeous. While I've got that blue on there, I'm gonna just add a little more to my brush. Let's just cover up the rest of the canvas. Now already, just painting over these, I hope you can see them. These little rock indications, already it looks like there's water on top of them. I'm just going to go ahead and cover all this with phthalo blue while I have it on the brush. Something about like that. Now when you're doing this with these colored gessos, it's unbelievable some of the effects you can make. And all the different transparent colors. If you wanted this to be greenish, you could take like Indian yellow and mix in here. It'd make a green background. It'd be wonderful. Or once again, you could just use sap green. Let your imagination go, experiment. And you know, the very worst thing that can happen to this is that you take a little paint thinner on a paper towel and you wipe it off. It doesn't hurt the gesso at all, and you do it again. Wonderful way to practice because you can't make a mistake here. Let's wash the brush. It's the most fun part anyway. It's the most fun part. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. Okay, I think maybe today we need a way for the water to get down here. I'm going to have a little waterfall. Show you how easy it is to make a little waterfall. I'm going to dip my brush into a little bit of liquid clear. And then we'll go through the titanium white. I'll be right back. I'm going to reach up here, just get a little bit of phthalo blue. I put the liquid clear in here just to thin it a little bit. That's all. Just to thin it. I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a waterfall today that maybe there's a big rock behind it. So if there is, let me just grab a little bit of this Van Dyke brown real quick. A little dark sienna mixed together. Show you how easy it is to make maybe like a little rock that lives right here. Just take the knife and sort of pull in a little bit of brown. Do the thing that's farthest away first. I decided that it would be neat to have a rock back here. So we'll put it in first. Take a little white. Let me take a little midnight black and put with it a little more. I want to make a gray color. A little touch of Prussian blue. So it makes sort of a bluish gray color, maybe even a little dark sienna. But notice we're leaving it marbled. We're not over mixing it. When we cut off with the knife and pick it up, those same streaks or striations in there will be right in there. And when you touch, very gently, just barely touch, all those little things will happen. It'll drive people crazy trying to figure out how in the world you got all that detail in there. And you didn't hardly do a thing. That's all there is to it. Make it look like a little rock. Now we go back to our fan brush. Think about a waterfall. Water's just coming along here, having a good time, and falls over. See, that's all there is to it. Just let it drop. Try to do it in one stroke. I'm gonna add a little more clear. There, see? Straight and then down. All right, I'll just keep doing that and we'll end up here with Niagara Falls. There. All right, that's basically all we want. When the water gets down toward the base, I'm going to use a little blender brush. Tap a very small amount of that color on there. I want to create splashing in mist. I'm just using the little blender because it's so soft, you can paint right over the top of that. We'll put a little mist right in there. I'm going to use the other corner, which is clean. I just turned it over. Now then, just to diffuse it a little bit. A little hair fell out. We'll just pick it off. No big deal. There. These are natural bristle brushes, which means it's real hair. And sometimes hair gets a little crazy. You know, look at mine. And you lose a hair or two. Don't worry about it. Just take the corner of the brush like so and lift it off. That's all there is to it. But look what gorgeous little misty area that made. and it's so easy. Van Dyke Brown, dark sienna. I want a good, strong, dark brown here. A little roll of paint, once again. Now maybe let's put a nice rock over here on this side, something to contain that waterfall. You just let it go wherever you want it to go, right down into the mist, and sort of drag it so it just disappears into the mist. We can come back and add a little more mist on this side too, just to give the indication that the mist is floating around there. Back to our same little colors that we used on the other side, and let's put a top up here on this. Make it look sort of flat. Maybe a little fox comes right up here and looks over the edge and sees what's happening. Or whatever little creature you want. There we go. Little baby foxes are one of the cutest things in nature. There, one of the animal rehab people that I work with in Florida, Carmen Shaw, she told me if you look in the dictionary under cute, it'll say, see baby fox. I think that's true. All right, now that gives us a nice little area. As I say, if you wanted to bring this mist out a little more, you can bring it on this side of the rock, that easy. Now it just sort of floats on both sides. This very soft brush works great for this. You can intermingle these colors without them blending. But you need a very, very soft brush to do that. Now then, time to have some fun. We'll take the old big brush. I'm going to take some Midnight Black, Prussian Blue. I'll put some alizarin crimson in it. And some sap green. Just all those dark colors, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me clean off the knife. And let's take a little of that color right on the old 2-inch brush. And I'm tapping the bristles. Load it by pulling it through, load both sides full of paint, and then sort of tap it. That makes a nice chiseled edge that we can work with. And let's go up in here. Let's have some big green bushes and trees that live up in here, and maybe they start way up in here. I'm gonna put some dark on, just so we have an area for our highlights to show off. You need dark in order to see light. So just begin thinking about basic shape here. Just basic shapes, that's all we're looking for. Ooh, I covered up all my little trees back here. But we know they're there. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. I'm using basically just the corner of the brush. You could do this with a 2-inch brush, with a 1-inch brush, round brush. It doesn't matter. Maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush just to show you how it works too. I usually prefer to use the big brush. Down here it doesn't take a whole lot because the black gesso is going to create that illusion for us. On the other side, you know me. Let's have another big bush that lives right here. Comes right up over the top. There. Maybe it hangs out right here. Wouldn't this be a wonderful place for a bush to live and has all the water it wants? And what a fantastic view. And with this much water churning, the humidity would be very high here. It'd be wonderful for bushes and trees. There. Bring it down right about like that. Shoot, we're about in business. Okay, let me find a 1-inch brush today. We'll use it to make all these little things. I'll just go through. Let's go through the color we put the background in with. Take that through the yellows. And once in a while we'll touch a little bright red just to dull it. But tap the same way. See that little ridge of paint right there? That's a fantastic close-up right there, but look at that. There's one just like it right on here on the end of the brush, and that's what we're going to paint with. So pull it to load it, then tap. That's all there is to it. Now let's go up here and use it. Take this little 1-inch brush, use just the corner, and begin picking out little individual highlights, little things that you see up in there, wherever you want them. But do one little thing at a time. Don't get greedy. It gets working good and it feels good and off you go. Next thing you know, you've covered up all your dark and have nothing left. If you have trouble making it stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner to your brush. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. There. And reload frequently. When it stops coming off the brush easy, just reload it. There. Once again, think about shape and form and all the little things that live in there. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. There's got to be a quiet place in there for the little bunny rabbit to live. There. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. Once again, you could do this with a 2-inch brush, the 1-inch brush like I'm using here, the half-round brush or the full-size round. Any one of them would work just as well. Today I just thought I would show you this little brush, but it's up to you. Up to you. Maybe there's a thing that just hangs right over the side there. Big old bushy thing, just sort of hangs over. Add a little paint thinner to my brush. A little more sap green, a little more of the yellow. Come right down in here. Maybe there's a huge, big old bush that lives, or tree that lives here. Yeah, see? But just think about individuals. This is not difficult at all to do. Probably, once again, the biggest mistake made is it begins working and you cover up all the dark. And then you lose the definition between each little clump. There's probably a better word than clump, but I don't know what it is. Little individual highlights. Spend some time studying trees and bushes. Go out in your yard and make friends with a tree. People, they'll look at you like you're a little weird, but just tell them you're an artist. They'll understand. Because as artists, we're allowed to be a little different. We see things differently. We appreciate nature more than most people do. Enjoy that. There we go. Something like so. Little devil lives right there. There. Wherever you want them. You make the decision. Little Indian yellow now and then. A little touch of the bright red too. There. Ooh, that's a nice little color. Shiny little color. Okay, other side. Other side. We don't want him left out. Here's a happy little bush. I'm going to change the color a little bit right there. Yeah, that's better. A little more yellow ochre in that bush. He lives up here and he watches the waterfall as it goes by. He's got the best view in town. There. Okay. But once again, don't get greedy with this. Just take your time. Do one little rascal at a time. Think about that big arm. It hangs over here. Maybe this one comes right out in front of the waterfall. Allow some of them to come in from the waterfall. It will push the waterfall back and make it look farther away. It'll make your painting look deeper, much deeper. There, something about like that. Got to hang on to these old trees and save them. Not only are they beautiful, but they're beneficial. Shoot, they make oxygen, and I like that. There. It's like I get a lot of mail. I think even the utility company sends all these advertisements in the mail. I had to cut down a tree to make. So my big thing is now, I put them back in the envelope and send them back to them with a check. Let them dispose of them. They get enough of them back, they'll quit sending them. There. I do that to everybody that sends me all kinds of junk mail. There we go. Now, let's put some land down here. We'll take a little bit of that Van Dyke brown dark sienna mixed together. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Don't need a lot. Maybe in our world, there's just a little peninsula comes out here. A little bit of land lives out here. We don't know, wherever you want it. Dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Maybe over on this side there's even a little, not a lot. Now, Go back to my little 1-inch brush. I'm going to add some more sap green to make it a little darker. Ooh, nice dark green color. Once again, tap to get our little ridge of paint in there. About like that. Adjust the flavor till it's the way you want it. Now, right up in here, there lives a little bush right there. Little grassy area. See how easy it is to make these little grassy areas? Just sort of tap, tap, tap. There. It's much faster to do with a 2-inch brush. But this is, I just wanted to show you it'll work with either brush. So on the other side over here, there's some little grassy areas. And some people will find they like the little brush better. Might give you a little more control. There we go. No, I think the big brush has more bristles that you're using, and maybe that's why I prefer it. But it's a very individual thing. I want to show you as many different ways of doing things as possible, and then what you do is up to you. Totally and completely. I'm going to take a little bit of brown, a little bit of white, and a little paint thinner on the old liner brush, and maybe here and there and there and here we can make out the indication of a few old tree trunks that live in there. Just some stems. We don't know what they are. I don't even know what's hooked to them, if anything. Maybe this tree died years ago and just sort of left a skeleton out here. I like old trees. There. Wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should be. But see, those give different dimensions and planes in your painting. Creates the illusion of a little depth and distance. You can have a few over here too. It doesn't matter. Just wherever. Okay, time to have some fun here. Let me clean off a spot to work. Got the biggest palette in town and I still use it all up. I think I'm just a messy painter. Let's take some black and some Van Dyke brown mixed together. We just mix it up. Now I'm going to add some paint thinner. I want to thin this down very thin. So I'm just adding paint thinner to it, that's all. No big deal. Because remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we've thinned this down. Then I'm going to make one more color and thin it down. Then we'll paint some little rocks in our water. There, just wipe the knife. We'll take, well, there's some nice gray color we used earlier. Might as well put it in there. Some white, we'll put a little black with it to make a gray. Maybe even a little touch of brown in that too. Something like that. You decide. That's too bright. Add a little more black to it. There. It's getting better now. Okay, now I want to add paint thinner to that. Once again, same thing. All I'm doing is just thinning the paint, that's all. Just thinning the paint, because our paint is very dry, very firm. It's much thicker than traditional oil paints. There, now we have 2 piles of thin paint. One very dark, one light. Let's find a little filbert. There. Let's take the filbert and we'll go through the dark first. Both sides. Load both sides. Now I'll bring the light up here and pull just one side through the light. So I have light on one side, dark on the other. Light, dark. There, maybe I can see that better. Light, dark. Okay, now then, be sure the light side's to the top. You can go up in here and just begin to decide where little rocks and stones live. Let's see, I'll turn this way, you can see it. Touch and just make a little, just a little stone, just like that. There we go. And you decide how many live in your world. Okay, let's put a few on the other side too. Maybe there's one right out on the end here. And you can make them big, little, it doesn't matter. Some of them live up in here. Do you ever think you could paint so many little rocks so easy? You can. This makes it very simple. Shoot, maybe there's a big one over in here. I don't know. Now, A little bit of liquid clear, and then back to my brush. It has the phthalo blue, the titanium white, and a little liquid clear on it. Once again, the liquid clear is on there only to thin the paint. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we got to think about a few little ripples on here. Don't want a lot, just a few little ripples running across the water. I'm going to wipe off some of the color I had there. Just let that play through there. You want to keep this transparency. So maybe there's a little watery fall right there. Little splash at the bottom. But now you can literally look through the water and see the rocks underneath. And to me, that's fantastic. I tried for a long time before we developed the liquid clear to come up with a way of doing this wet on wet. And this is one of the easiest, nicest ways that I've ever seen it works. Take the liquid clear and the black gesso put together. It's unreal what you can do with it. But isn't that neat that you can see through this water and see the rocks underneath? There. I think that's fantastic. I'm going to take my small knife, a little white, a little black and brown mixed together. There we go. Maybe a little more black in there. And I just want to define this edge a little. It bothers me that it doesn't show up quite as much as I want it to. There. That's all I'm going to do to it, just so it stands out and you can see it nice and plain. And I think with that, shoot, we've about got a finished painting. This is a painting that you can do. Once again, even if you've never painted, this one you can do. Every day I get letters from people that tell me their 3rd or 4th grade art teacher told them they had no talent, and all their life they've had this desire wanting to paint. This is one you can do. Let's sign this little painting right here, and we'll call it finished. If you do this one, take time, take a photograph and send to me. Let me see your results and what you're doing. I'd love to hear from you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. You got your old brush warmed up and ready to do a fantastic little painting? Good. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And as usual, they'll come across in the same order as I have them laid out on the palette, starting with the white and working all the way around. So let's go on up here and let me tell you what I've done. I've got my normal old canvas up here, and I've covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, so it's all wet and slick, and it's ready to go. So let's just do a nice little painting today. It's such a beautiful day. Maybe we'll do something with some warmth, and let's take a little alizarin crimson here. And we'll just use this old 2-inch brush and just tap a little bit into the bristles, like so, and tap the bristles firmly here. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through it. Let's go on up here. Maybe right up in here, we'll just put a little bit of pink in the sky today. When you're doing this, be careful that it doesn't get too bright on you. This crimson is quite strong, and very quickly it can take over your whole world. And we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is create the illusion of a nice little glow up in here. That's all we're looking for. It's a beautiful little glow. Maybe today, maybe let's do some nice mountains today. That's always fun. I enjoy mountains very much. I lived in Alaska for about 12 years, and it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Certainly God was having a good day when he made Alaska. It is unreal. Now then, let's take, we'll use a little phthalo blue. What the heck? Won't even clean the brush. We'll just add a little bit of phthalo blue right on there. The blue is much stronger than the crimson, so you can add it right on without cleaning the brush. No big deal. Then we can go up here, and using our little crisscross strokes, let's just lay in a happy little sky all the way across, just like so. There. And just let it come right down to this pink area. Once again, the blue's so much stronger, it'll just eat up any of this pink that you cover. You don't have to worry about it. Now then, maybe we'll have a little water in this one too. What the heck? What the heck? While we have this old brush going, let's add a little bit more of the blue. just a little. And let's go down here in the bottom. And maybe our water lives right down here. Just pull from the outside in, like so. There, a little more paint. And just pull. Now, we'll have still water today. And still water is always flat, it's always level. So try to keep these strokes as straight as possible. You don't want your still water to be going uphill or downhill. You want to keep it as straight as possible. There. Let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of all this. Okay. We wash our brushes, as you know, in odorless paint thinner. We shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now with this nice clean brush, all we're going to do here is just blend these colors together. Still using the little X strokes or crisscross strokes or cross-criss strokes, whatever you want to call them. There we go. And we'll go gently across the water also, just to bring it all together. There. Okay. Shoot. We have a happy little sky. Let's devote most of our time today into doing a fantastic mountain. I get so many letters from people, and mountains are just about the favorite thing going right now. So let's try that. Let's try that. We'll take a little phthalo blue, a little alizarin crimson, and mix it together. And this is very dark. It'll look black on the palette. So take a little bit of white, and then check it out and see if it's what you want. Maybe we'll add a little bit more crimson to that. I want a lavender color, but I want it to the blue side. Pull it out flat, cut off our little roll of paint. Lives right out on the edge of the knife. Let's go up in here. Now you have to make your first major decision. Where does your mountain live? Let's come right up in here. Maybe our mountain starts right here. And all you do is take the knife and firmly, you can probably hear how firm is it, firmly push in a basic shape. And the only thing we're interested in at this point is just the top up here. We could care less what's happening with the bottom. Don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about it at all. I said big mountain. I wasn't kidding, was I? This is going to be a big mountain. Maybe it'll come all the way over here. Now we're scraping off all the excess paint. There. And scrape it hard. This old canvas is tough. You're not going to hurt it. Don't worry about hurting it. Just really get in there and scrape it. Now we take a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and I want to pull that out. That'll do two things. First of all, it'll make the mountain lighter at the base than it is at the top, which is exactly what we're looking for. Secondly, it removes excess paint. It makes the next layers much, much easier to apply. Much easier. If you have a lot of loose paint on there, then it's difficult to make the next layer stick on top of that. There we go. We'll just let it just blend right off into nothing over here. There we go. Now one thing that's very nice when you do your painting, this little bit of pink that's left down here at the bottom, if everything works just right, that'll look like mist. So try to save that. It can be your very good friend. There we go. Maybe it sort of looks like a natural place to, maybe the light's coming from the left side today. So let's just take a little titanium white. Let's make a mountain that's very easy to make. We'll take a little white with a little touch of blue in it, but very little, just enough to cool it down a little. Maybe even a little bit of black into it also. There, it makes a nice bluish gray color. Ooh, that's nice. And don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marble. And I've got the small knife. Thought I'd use it today. But once again, our little roll of paint. And let's go up in here and begin making some decisions. Think about where the light's coming through here and just zinging and playing and having a good time. And maybe it comes right along in here. There. Just begin applying all your little basic shapes. Just think if you were a sunbeam and you were zinging down the valley down through here, where would you hit? There. So this is a very simple way of making some nice mountains. There we go. This little knife, I like it because it sort of gets into all the little places here, and you can make all these little doers. Just all kinds of little things. wherever you want them. Once again, just think about where light would strike and lay it in. But there's not a lot of paint here. Not a lot of paint. There we go. See, and if you don't like one, you just rub it and it goes away. There. And down at the bottom here, I want it to just disappear. So here I'm applying quite a bit of pressure. Up on the top, no pressure. But as you work down, I want it to disappear. So there I'm adding more and more pressure. So just sort of experiment a little and see what works well for you. Think about where all these little shapes and highlights would live. There. And you can put as many or as few as you want on your mountain. There we are. In Alaska, there's a lot of mountains that look like this. And they're so beautiful. As I mentioned earlier, I'm sure God was having a good day when he made Alaska. There, maybe there's a little bump there. You can do that just by taking the basic shape of the knife and putting it in. Let it just sort of disappear back here. And then once again, more pressure down here. And you begin to see how that little pink area is showing through. And that's what's going to create that illusion of mist down at the base. You could do this with a large knife if you wanted to. It works just as well. I just sort of like this little one for things like this where you want a lot of detail and you want to create shapes. You can paint entire paintings with these knives. There. Okay, see, and just sort of think about it, let it go. There. More and more pressure down here. But see, it's really very simple. It's a matter of angles when you're working on these mountains. That's really all it is. It's just a matter of angles. Maybe there's, look at that. See, maybe there's a little thing right there. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly where they should live. Right. Maybe over in here. A few more little doers in there. Just wherever. And you can put all kinds of little details. It's up to you. Painting is as individual as painters are. There's as many different ways to paint the same scene as there are painters, as many different ideas. It's really an individual thing. So you can add a little dark here and there, not a great deal, just enough to give some little indications of some shadows in those deep areas. Don't want a lot in there though. Okay, maybe right in here. Just rub it a little and you can just blend it together, just using the edge of the knife. There. Now, if you've never painted mountains before, this is one of the easiest ways that I've ever came up with to make very effective mountains very easy. Let a little bit of that light color just pull back here and there. And here I'm using the small edge of the knife. Use both edges. That's why it has two edges on it. And that way you can create all kinds of effects. All right. And that's basically all I'm looking for. I want that mountain to be far away and distant. Let's have another one right here. Shoot, that works so nice. Or let me show you something here. You could take the brush. If you wanted to create more mist in this area, you could take a brush and tap it and then gently lift it. But always follow those angles that you've created. There. Okay, now then, same color. Come right over on this side over here. Let's have us a nice mountain. It lives right there. Okay, let it come right on down. Wherever. Maybe it comes down here. Maybe bloop. There's a big drop off right there. Like so. See, just sort of let your imagination go. Mountains grow in every kind of shape. Just whatever happens that day, let it happen. There. Maybe it comes right on down in there somewhere. Now if you want this mountain to look closer, it needs to be darker. So I'm going to put a little more paint on this one than I did that one back here. So I want it to be darker, stronger. There we go. Maybe it'll go like that. And there, all we're trying to do is just put color on the canvas. You could put this on with your shoe. It doesn't matter. Just apply the color. Now we'll take this brush and begin blending it out. Grab it and blend it. There. Think about the angle, though, that you want it to flow, how you want it to flow. And just by using brush strokes, you can create all kinds of little things happening in here. There we go. But by using this angle, it gives you that impression that the mountain, the lay of this land on this mountain flows in that direction. That's exactly what we're looking for today. I want those mountains to look like they just flow right down the side there. Okay, good. Very gently, very gently. Just bring it all together. Okay, shoot, let's wash the brush. And we wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. Tell you what, let's do. Maybe take a little of that titanium white that I had here. Maybe right in here. Let's just lay a little white. That has the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. Maybe there's a little snow or a glacier or something that lives in there. There. But I don't want it to be pure white all over. I want it to be like shadows. I don't want it to be too bright. Put this in first, then we can add a few highlights here and there if we want them. There we go. And then we could take a little bit of the pure white and just highlight this. Let it just bounce. Very gentle. Barely caressing the canvas. Allow the paint to break. It'll create all those little things in there. There. And just let it follow those angles. Like so. Okay, we can take our large brush in and very gently, just blend it together. But this is 2 hairs and some air. And I think I'm going to put a bunch of trees in there, so most of that's not going to show. So don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. Let's build us a tree. We'll take some black, some Prussian blue, very dark, a little Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the sap green. Shoot, you can throw in a little crimson too if you want. Mainly a good dark color. Good dark color. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. All right, let's make some evergreens with, we'll use fan brush day. We'll go right in here, load a lot of color into the brush, both sides, back and forth. Just really fill it up. Let's go right over here. Now you have to make some big decisions again. There. Our tree lives right there. Take the corner of the brush and just go back and forth, just like so. There it is. Them son of a guns live right there in the bristles. All you got to do is sort of shake them out, like so. There. Maybe he comes right down there. I don't know. Wherever. Just give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody needs a friend. Could be the most important thing in our lives. There. My mother was with me in Alaska for about a year, and she fell in love with the place. Maybe one of these days her and I'll get to go back up here. She's a super lady. Well, she was born and raised in the South, and when she got to see Alaska, she had never seen scenery like that. So she was as fascinated with it as I am. Now, if you have trouble making this paint stick over the top of all this white that you have back here, add a little paint thinner to your color, but right on the brush, but very little, very, very little. You can always add more, but once you thin your paint down, then it's a son of a gun to try to get it back. So just add a tiny, tiny little bit. Maybe there's a little baby tree. He lives right there. Right there. Maybe that's his mama. All right. Okay, let's see here. Maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's another little tree right there. Let your imagination just take you wherever you want to go. Shoot, you can put as many or as few trees as you want in your world. There. Shoot, let's have a big tree right there. We'll have a whole forest, it looks like here. Now, in painting, one of the biggest things that I like about doing paintings is to show depth and distance. Each one of these little things here creates another plane in your painting, so it looks farther. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Maybe if we wanted to create the illusion, I'll just use that same color. I just want to show you how to create depth in your painting, because that's very important. Let's just take a little of that color with a little titanium white on it. Maybe in our world we want to show another plane here. If you wanted to, look here, you could just come right in here and create another layer right there, just by doing that. We'll put it behind the tree. See there? And when this painting is done, hopefully that'll come out to look like a whole nother layer. Now then, I'll just create a little mist at the bottom of it with a clean brush. I'm going to lift it up in very short little strokes, make it look like little distant trees and stuff. It's way back here in the distance, very quiet. Now watch here. Watch here. Let's go back to our fan brush. Now if you put trees in front of that, it'll push everything back. It'll push it back. Let's have another one right there. See there? Now leave some space so you can see through here and see that there's trees behind. Look at that. But see, now you can see distance in there. Maybe there's, let's put one little crooky one there. There he is. Poor little guy. All right. Now, let's put something underneath here for all this to set on. We'll just use that same color. It doesn't matter. Mainly we're looking for a nice dark color. Nice dark color, that's all. Something about like so. And let me grab another fan brush here. I have several of them going. Let's take a little yellow, a little bit of that color. Grab a little sap green, mix in there. There, maybe a little more of the sap green. I want that a bit, oh, there we're looking. That's what we're looking for, dark green. Let's go up in here and let's see our light's coming from the left. Our mountain tells us that. So let's add some highlights here, a little more on the left than on the right. There we go. Give these little trees some nice highlights. There they are. Use the other side of the brush. We can do that one. There. Now don't kill all the dark. Don't kill all that dark. That's what makes these evergreens so nice, is the fact that they're dark. It creates contrast in your painting. There. There we go. Forgot this one. Don't want to leave him out. A rascal will get mad. Nothing worse than a mad tree, I'll tell you. There. A little bit up in this one. Shoot, we've got us a whole forest here. Let's use a 1-inch brush now. Maybe there's some nice bushes that grow right in front of these trees. We'll just push in some color. There we go. Wherever we want them. Wherever we want them. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to use another 1-inch brush. I'm going to add a little touch of paint, thinner or liquid white, either one to it. And let's go right through this yellow and green that we had here. That's sap green, cad yellow. We can pick up a little Indian yellow, a little bit of the yellow ochre, all those yellows. I want to make various shades of green pull that brush in one direction, load a lot of color into it. See, when that brush is sort of rounded, you pull it this way and then turn it over, and it's rounded. Look at the end. There's a lot of paint there. All right, let's go up here. Now, let's come right up in here, and let's begin creating all kinds of individual little bushes and trees that live back here in front of these evergreens. Just push them in. And if you have trouble making this stick, add a little bit more of the liquid white or paint thinner. If you use paint thinner, though, add very, very small amounts. In a heartbeat, it'll get you paint so thin that it'll just run. Very, very small amounts. Here's a little right here. Wherever you want these little rascals. A little more of the yellow ochre, just to change the flavor a little. But do one bush at a time. Give them names. There. So we travel around the country talking with people. It's one of the questions that people talk about over and over. They have trouble making these bushes. And the problem normally is that you try to do too many at once. I know sometimes it looks like here we just take off and we sock in 50 bushes at once, but they're one at a time. One at a time. I'm going to take a little bit of that green and yellow and mix it on the 2-inch brush. Let's have a little land under here. There we go. There we are, see? Angles are most important here. Most important. Wherever you want this to go. A yellow ochre in there, or Indian yellow. There. Now then, shoot. It's all right. Tell you what, let's have a reflection in there. All you gotta do is grab the bottom of that and pull it down. Just pull it straight down. It's important that it goes straight down now. Let all those little colors just go right into the water here. There. But straight down. There. Come across. And that quick, we have instant reflections. Now then, take the knife. We'll use a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a little bank in here. Just bring it wherever you want it here. Like so. Here and there, maybe it runs up into there. Okay. And then you take the fan brush with some of those same yellows and etc. Pop in a few little grassy areas right at the bank. Right there at the bank. If you want to reflect a little of that in there, grab the least little amount of it and pull it down. Least little amount. Not much, not much. And very lightly, once again, just go across. Like so. Maybe we'll have a tiniest little bit of waterline. I don't want much in this. I want to keep it dark as possible. A little liquid white on the knife, and drop it in. There. So I say we travel all over the country and get to talk to people and do shows for PBS. And if we ever get to your area, shoot, come and see us. I'd love to have the opportunity to meet you and talk with you and see photographs of what you're painting. So if we do get to your area, stop in and see us. There. Let's have a little bush lives on this side of the water. Maybe he lives right there. Right there. Create a little reflection like that. Go across. A little bit of highlight on this bush, the yellows and the greens. Like that. That quick you can create a little bush, put a little bit of land under it, and we're about to a finished painting. There we go. I think we'll put a little water line under there, call this one finished. A few little sticks and twigs. That's all there is to it. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Hope to see you soon also. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today, let's do a fantastic little painting together. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. And I've taken a foam brush and a little bit of black gesso, and I've just painted the bottom of this canvas basically with the black gesso and allowed it to dry completely. On top of that, I've added a little bit of liquid clear, and then I've put a mixture of midnight black, phthalo green, and a little bit of Van Dyke brown just to dull it down a little bit. And I've covered the entire black area with that. Up on the top here, I've just put a little bit of the liquid white as we normally do. So it's all ready, and so I think we'll do a fantastic little painting. Let's start out today with a small amount of the Indian yellow. A little bit of the Indian yellow. We don't need much. We'll just go up in here and just using little crisscross strokes, just put in maybe a little area about like that, and make it a little larger than you actually want it to be, because as we work on this, the other colors will eat up the yellow. It's quite weak when it's mixed with a liquid white like this. Make it a little tiny bit larger than you want it to be. Then without cleaning the brush, I'm going to add the least little touch of the bright red, not much. And I'm going to have some blue in this sky, I think. So I put a little bit of red right around the edges, and it acts as a barrier. It keeps the blue and the yellow from mixing together. That's really the only thing that we're doing here. You won't hardly see this when it's done. It's just a barrier, because you know, if we get that blue up against the yellow, we're going to have a bright green sky. And I'm not looking for that in this particular painting. Sometimes we do, but not today. Not today. So this little bit of bright red, once again, acts as a barrier. There we go. And we'll just blend that together. Something like that. All right. Thought maybe today we'd do a painting that, well, let's just have some fun and see what happens. I think we'll have some nice trees like we have shapes here, and just all kinds of beautiful little things happening, and just let it go from there. There we go. Now then, I'm going to take a small amount of the phthalo blue. Very small amount. Doesn't take much. It's a strong color. It's a beautiful blue though. Very bright, shiny blue. And we'll just fill in the sky. Right down to that little reddish color. There. And then stop. Okay. Something about like that. Now if you want to darken the edges, we'll add a little bit of Prussian blue right on the edges and blend that in. And that way it gets darker and darker as it goes away from this light area. And it'll happen automatically for you by adding a little of that Prussian blue. And we can clean our brush. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. Now in the bottom of that can that I scrubbed the brush, there's a coated wire screen down there that you scrub the brush against. That allows the solid material to settle to the bottom, and it keeps your paint thinner relatively clean. If you don't have that wire screen in there, all you do each time is just mix it all up, and pretty soon you have a nice mixture of mud in there. Now then, with a clean brush, let's just gently blend all this together. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There. Something about like that. See, that Prussian blue keeps that side up there very dark in comparison. Okay, just knock off the excess paint there. And we can come right over here and blend this side a little bit. There we go. And now we have a nice shiny area with a little bit of color that just flows right up through there. Knock off that excess paint again, and very lightly, one hair and some air, just go across and take out all the brush strokes and bring it together. Something like that. All right. Now then, today let's just really have some fun. I'm going to show you a nice way to make a little tiny mountain that's very simple. Very simple. Let's use some Prussian blue. Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. I want this to be to the blue side. So we're pretty close to equal proportions because the blue is much stronger than the crimson. Many times stronger. Now, we'll cut off a little roll of paint like that. We don't want much color. let's go. Come right up in here. We're going to put in a shape of a mountain here. And I'm really, really trying to push that right into the fabric. You can probably hear how hard we're scraping. Just get mean with it. Take out all your frustrations, all your hostilities right here. Just really, really try to push it right through the fabric nearly. It will stain the canvas and it will be there forever. Probably couldn't get it out if we wanted it out. Now with a clean and very dry brush, we want to grab this and begin pulling. There. I want to take out all of it that I can. Just act like you're trying to pull it right off the canvas. Get it all off there if possible. Because I want a very, very soft little mountain that lives far, far away back here. There. I'm just knocking off excess paint that I'm picking up. Now then, just begin blending the entire thing right over it. And just keep blending it until it gets as soft as you want it. Now, if you have scraped off all the paint, you can blend this to any degree of softness that you desire. Now, take just the least little touch of titanium white on the brush, just tapping the corner into a little titanium white, and begin tapping in nice little misty areas here. Very soft little misty areas. I want this mountain to just sort of float back here. Very soft. Knock off the excess paint again. And just gently, gently, gently go over it. And you can keep doing this to get it as soft and as distant looking as you desire. So you make a decision. You make a decision when you do yours, where your mountain is, how soft it is. Or you can make it very distinct. It's up to you. I just want one that it just sort of hangs around back here in the mist, and nice quiet little mountain. It's not a loud mountain. Now I'm going to add to that same color, add a little bit more of the crimson. I want to go a little more to the reddish side of lavender this time, just so there's a little change in flavor. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. We'll use that same old brush, it's not too dirty. Add just a little bit of this color to it. And let's go up in here, and maybe we have some trees back here in the distance. I'm going to start out by just tapping in a basic, very basic idea of where the trees live. Just a very, very basic idea of where these trees live. I'm not looking for detail. All I'm doing is making fuzzy edges. Just little fuzzy edges. At the same time, it's picking up the liquid white that's on the canvas and is creating a mist down here. Can you see that misty area? It will happen automatically. Just sort of tap up and down, and you're just pulling a little tiny bit of that color right down. Maybe this goes, well, we'll just have it go all the way up here, because we can do anything in this world here that we want to do. I just decided these trees live all the way off the canvas. All the way off the canvas there. And just tap. And the more you tap, the more of the liquid white you'll pull down in here, and the more mist that you'll create. So you have to make a decision. How much mist do you want in your world? And we'll use that same color. Take a fan brush, load a little color into the bristles. Now then, we can go back, and here's where we begin putting the indication of a little detail in here. But you leave some of those little things that you tapped in with a 2-inch brush, so it looks like little trees that are farther back than these. And it creates another whole plane, another whole layer in your painting. There. And that's what we're looking for. These layers are what create the illusion of depth and distance in paintings. And to me, that's very, very desirable. I like paintings that have depth. A lot of times you see paintings that are very flat. They have no depth. And to me, once again, that's just my opinion. They're very, I don't want to say real unpleasant, but they bother me if they don't have a lot of depth in them. because our world, the way I see it, has a lot of depth. And that's the way I like to see paintings. But once again, everybody has their own idea. And that's the way it should be. There we go. And here and there, I'm going to touch a little of the sap green, a little bit of cad yellow on that same brush. Not much. Not much. In fact, you might have, yeah, I guess you can see a little bit. I don't want much. I just want to, here and there and here, put the indication that you can make out a little green back in here. Not much yet. As we get into the foreground, then we'll begin doing things. Back here, we're just working with illusions. Just illusions. We can go back into that lavender color. And when you do yours, you do it the way you want to, though. I only want to show you how to make effects. What you make is totally and completely up to you. Completely. Now, I'll just take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and gently lift that. Gently lift it. Now then. You want to get crazy already? Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take the little fan brush, number 3 fan brush, a little bit of liquid white and the least little touch of the titanium white. I'm just using that liquid white to thin the titanium white. Got to thin it down. There we go. Now then, let's go up here. Maybe in our world there lives right in here. We're going to touch and go shoo. Way back in there is a tiny little waterfall. Don't make it too bright, too distinct. It's too far away. Just the indication. Now when you do yours, if it comes out too bright, just very gently work over it. And that'll soften it because it'll pick up the color that's underneath. And it'll get darker and darker until finally it just goes totally away. All right. Now we can go back to our 2-inch brush. And in our world, we're going to have a lot of mist down here that's created by that waterfall back in there. And all I've done is just barely touched with just the corner, the least little amount of the titanium white. Oh, I can't say that enough. The least little amount. Because against this black, it will show up so strong, it's unreal. Be very careful. Very careful. You can always add more. But sometimes the sun is going to take it off. So add just the tiniest bit initially. And then you can always go back and add a little more if you want to. Tiniest little bit. There we are. Very gently. Very gently. You can fluff it and bend it. Just go over it. But isn't that a nice, easy, and effective way of making little misty areas down here? All those things just set in there. I lived in Alaska for about 12 years, and you see sights like this. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I always believed that God was having a good day when he made Alaska. Because some days, you know, things just go better than other days. I think he was having a spectacular day when he made Alaska. Everything was working well for him. There. Okay, shoot. And that makes a very, very effective little background, very simply. Now then, let's get into the foreground here and have some fun. Let me move this lavender color we made over there somewhere. Let's just take black, midnight black. Midnight black. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go right up in here. Come right down in here. I want to make, maybe there's a nice cliff going to be right in there somewhere. Right in there. And I'm just sort of laying out in my mind where I think some of these, there comes one right there. See it come like that maybe. Something like that. I don't know where it's going to go. Just want to have a basic idea of what kind of things we'll have in here. There, and you know me. I love water. And if you had these nice cliffs there, chances are you'd have a little waterfall. So let's do that. I'm going to dip the brush into a little bit of the liquid clear. And then with that, we'll go into some white, a little titanium white, least little touch of phthalo blue and the phthalo green. Least little touch. Takes very, very little. I don't want a lot of bright color here. In fact, I might add a little black just to dull it. Ooh, that's what I'm looking for right there. It has a blue and greenish hint to it, but it's mostly gray. All right, let's go up here. Make a big decision. Maybe our waterfall is right here, comes over and goes pew. And if you make that stroke quickly, you will find that it works better than trying to go real slow into it. Make it quickly. Watch here, you can make one there. Be right back. Now, take a little touch of the black on the knife. Maybe there's a stone lives right in there. Maybe a little stone. And we'll take a little white, a little black, a little that lavender colored, make sort of a grayish lavender highlight, and we'll just drop a little highlight right there on that stone. There. All right. Now then a little more of that color, same color. And the waterfall is on this side too, see? And now you have a little stone that lives up there in the middle of the waterfall, and he gets to watch all this beautiful water just fall right over in there. Something like that. There. All right. And we'll take a 2-inch brush, grab the bottom, and lift upward. That'll blend it all together. And I want it to be darker down here, because in my mind, there would not be as much light striking down here. So this will calm it down, and the liquid clear that's under there will begin mixing with it, and it'll all come together. Now then let's take, we decided where our cliffs were. Now let's bring them right out here in front of our waterfall. See? But decide where your cliffs are, put your water in, and then put the waterfall in front of the cliff. Make that old jagged rock. Old jagged one. There. Tell you what, while I'm doing this, every year our little newsletter has an art contest where we get people to send in entries, and I'd like to share with you this year's winners, because I'm so proud of what these people have done. It's absolutely fantastic. But can you believe some of these paintings that are being done all over the United States? And a lot of them are done strictly from just watching the show. Just from watching the show here. And there you see my young friend Earl Glenn Russell. That little rascal can paint, you just can't believe. And he's about 10 years old now. I had the opportunity to meet him when I was in Missouri. But he continually amazes me at some of his ideas. Do you see that silhouette he made of his mother's a photographer, and she took a picture of him, and they cut out a silhouette, and he painted a picture in it. And that's something you might want to try. It makes a very unique and wonderful gift. And Earl, thanks for that idea and for sharing it with people all over the country. I'm going to take a little black, a little white, a little of the dark sienna, mix them together so they're marbled. Cut off a tiny little roll of paint. And let's go up in here and begin thinking about a little color laying up here on top of this. You have to make some big decisions, though, about your cliffs. Where do they live? Maybe they come like that. We don't know. Don't know that we even care. There. Just put those little rascals in there. Something like so. And with almost no color, just grab it and sort of pull down. There's just the least little touch of color on the knife. Almost nothing. You want to keep it dark under there. Keep it dark. See there how that cliff just jumps right out at you? Something like that. That's just black, a little white, a little dark sienna. But it should be a very nice gray color. Very nice grayish color. Let's go back to our black. Maybe we have a projection that comes out here. Maybe it comes all the way over, like that. There. These are some rough old cliffs. There we go. Bring a little highlight down. Like that. least little touch downward. Not much though, just a tiny little bit. Tiniest little bit. There. And. There, see? Just sort of let these things happen. Just let them happen. Make layer after layer wherever you want them. There we go. But see, you don't have to put anything there. That black gesso, it just makes all your little dark areas for you automatically. Automatically. There, wasn't there some fantastic paintings in that? It's unbelievable what some of the letters I get in some of the paintings that I see. We should have an award for the most improved painter, because I have a very, very special friend that he lives in Louisiana, a young fellow that's been painting, and his painting has improved so much. And his name is Mark. And he has really come a long way. And he's a very special friend. And we should mention that he also gave us a painting that was, I've watched him since he first started painting, and his painting has improved so much. It's nice to see that. Let's take some black. Let's go back in here and grab some of that phthalo green, a little crimson, some brown, just dark colors. We'll put some Prussian blue in there too. What the heck? All right. Back to my fan brush. We need some nice evergreens up in here. Maybe in our world, yep, we're going to have a big evergreen that lives right there. And today I'm going to push upward. Push him upward. There. And we'll just put in a basic shape here, and then we'll come back and we'll put a few little highlights on him so he stands out a little better. All we're looking for right now is a very basic little shape, something like that. We better have one on the other side too. I don't want it left out. Right there. Push upward. Start with the corner of the brush and just push upward like that. Upward, upward, upward. There we go. Maybe, yeah, what the heck, a little friend lives right there. But push upward. This makes very nice evergreens. In some parts of the country, the evergreens seem to grow with limbs that sort of protrude upward. In other parts of the country, they sort of go downward. Just depends on where you're from and what you're used to seeing. And we try to show you different ways of doing them, and you pick the way you like. A little bit of yellow added to that same color will make a beautiful green, and then we can come back in here and put in a few details. I don't want this to be too bright, just enough so that it stands out good. You can see that rascal in there. There we go. Darker toward the base. Let's do this one on the right over here. We don't want him left out. Something like that. There. Now then, let's go back to our old 2-inch brush. Create a little misty area right down in there. Takes very little white. And we'll just let that mist float all up around these big cliffs. We don't know where it goes. Somewhere like that. A little more of the white. Maybe the water comes, there it is. Right out, there it is. We'll just go right on out like that. Take a little white and just pull it straight down. And then very gently, just go across. And we have instant water. Now then, I'll just use that same old brush and go into a little yellow, little sap green, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Here and there I'll touch a little bit of the bright red. Yep, I think there's a little grassy thing that lives right there. Just a little grassy thing. There we go. There. See there? All right. Maybe I'm gonna get the little small round brush. Maybe we have a happy little tree. Yep. Since we have the dark in there, all we need is highlight, basically. See that little tree? There he comes. There he comes. This little round brush just does beautiful little details like that. A little more color. Maybe there's another little bush. And he lives right in there. Wherever you think a little bush should live, that's where you ought to be. There's another one. Take a little bit more of that titanium white, come right in here, and we'll put the least little touch of color right in there. Just pull straight down with the white though, and then go across. There. Let's take the old liner brush, a little bit of white. I want to make a little tree that lives right here. Just a little happy tree right there. Right there. Back to our little round brush. Let's put a few little highlights on him. Don't want too many, just a few. Just a few. And maybe over here on this side, you can see a little grassy area. This is where we were standing when we saw this scene. Right there. A few little bushes. We'll just use a fan brush, pop in a few little bushes over here on this side. Push upward. Just a couple little things like that. And a little touch of the liquid white. We'll put in a little shoreline, and then we about have a finished painting. But isn't that a nice little painting? And it's easy to do. Give it a try and let me know how it works for you. I think you'll really enjoy it. You could even put a few little rocks in the water and things like that to bring out detail. Until next time, from all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a beautiful little mountain scene that, like, maybe we're way up high in the mountains and looking out over some beautiful landscapes. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. I have a basic idea of what I want to do, so I've covered this area with black gesso and allowed that to dry completely. On top of the black gesso, I've put a very, very thin coat of liquid clear all the way over the black part here. And then I've put transparent color. Today I'm using Prussian blue and midnight black, and I've just put a thin coat of that color over the entire black area. And this we've just covered up with a little liquid white like we normally do. So it's all wet and it's ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. I'm going to start out with a little bit of midnight black and Prussian blue, same color we have in the black area, on the 2-inch brush. And let's just drop in a quick little sky up here. And we'll just use the little crisscross strokes and just very quickly just lay in a happy little sky area, just making little X's there. That's all there is to it. And we'll bring that right on down to the black area nearly. But it's mixing with the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter and lighter in value as we work downward. And down here, we'll have it just about disappear. All right. Okay, now then, we just blend that a little bit. I don't want to blend it too much because I want to have little spots of color in there so there's something happening in the sky. It's just not flat and dead. Okay, now very lightly we'll just go across, and that'll remove the brush strokes. Okay, let me wash the old brush. And as you know, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. There we go. And just beat the devil out of it. Let's make some little clouds in our sky today. I want to show you the simplest way of making some little clouds. We'll take the fan brush with a little titanium white on it. Just load a little color into both sides of the bristles. We'll go up here, and this is where you take out all your frustrations. Just hit the canvas and let that brush spin and just move on there. Think about where you want some little actions happening. But just keep it moving. Don't stay in one place or you'll just have big cotton balls up here. Just let it sort of move and dance and play wherever. Just sort of think about where you want a little cloud to float around in the sky. But keep the brush moving and twisting all the time. There. Now then, with a brush that's very clean and very dry, and it's most important that it be dry, very gently, just tickle it a little bit. There, just sort of blend it together a little. And you can blend this as much as you desire. If you blend it enough, in fact, it'll just become part of the background and go away totally. So you have to make a decision. stand back and take a look-see once in a while and decide if it's blended as much as you want it or you'd like to have a little more. It's totally and completely up to you. There, now very lightly. We'll just sort of blend that a little. Okay, isn't that easy? We have a very nice little sky. Okay, shoot, let's get crazy today. Tell you what I'm going to do. Tell you what, I'm going to take some black, let's use a little phthalo blue, what the heck. The alizarin crimson, because the two of those together will make a nice lavender type color, and the black will assure that it stays dark. Pull it out as flat as we can get it, cut across, get our little roll of paint, as usual, right on the edge of the knife. Now come right up in here. We have to make some big decisions today. Maybe we're going to have a huge mountain that lives there. Now you can see it. Right up in here. A little more color. And you just sort of make a decision where you think this old mountain's going to live in your world. Wherever. Man, this is really going to be some kind of mountain here. Now, you have to be careful with mountains. Some son of a guns will grow on you. Maybe there's another little bump right there and it comes down. I don't know, wherever. There's one. Just sort of make a decision. Decide where you think it should be. Now you could even take a little white with a little touch of that same color, and maybe back in here we can have the indication of a little mountain that lives far away. And I'll put a little white with it, so it'll really look like it's far, far back in the distance. Probably should have done that before I did the big one. It would have been easier, but I didn't, so we'll live with that. Take our brush. Let's do the little mountain back here. Just pull that down, like so. Little titanium white, and I don't want much back here. Just the indication of a little highlight on this mountain that lives far away. Just a little. Something like so, a little white, a little touch of the phthalo blue. Make us a nice little shadowy color. Just put the indication of a few little shadows in there. Once again, we don't want a lot in here or we'll lose that illusion of distance for that particular little mountain if it's far away. Now, this one here lives right here in the foreground. There he is. Big, strong mountain. I'm going to scrape off all the excess paint here. Just really get in there, scrape it. You're not going to hurt that canvas, it's tough. And with our 2-inch brush, grab it, bend the bristles, make it, really get strong with it, make them bend. And you can pull that paint. Because the canvas is wet, you can move color on it. If this was a dry canvas, you'd be in agony city right about now trying to move color. But since it has the liquid white on it, you can do this, and it happens very easily. There we go. Now then, back to our titanium white, and we pull it out as flat as we can get it. Really get in there and put some pressure on it. Cut across and get our little roll of paint. And now we have to make big decisions. Where does all these little things live in here? There's a little peak, maybe right there. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. Just let that float across there. You have to decide which peaks are in the foreground and which ones are in the background. You have unlimited power. You can do this. There. Okay. Maybe way up in here. Maybe there's a big old peak here. These look like the Tetons. The Grand Tetons. Beautiful range of mountains. Still trying to figure out what Teton means. There. Maybe right in there. See? Let it go. Just let your imagination go. You can create all kinds of beautiful effects. Just that easy. Let's go back to our little bit of phthalo blue and white. Wipe the old knife off. Cut us off a little bit of paint. Now then, let's come right along in here. touch, and just let this follow right along like so. There we go. And maybe, zoom, just sort of comes right along in there. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to be here. Sometimes you can just take a knife and just let the paint break this way. There. A little bit right up in that little crevasse there. All these little places have to have shadows in them too. Shoot, here's one. Maybe it comes right down here. It's a big crack in the mountain there. Let's take the little knife. I like this little knife. And let's get in here and just play. Maybe there's a little valley right in there. Just a little place right in there where all the little creatures go to hide. Like that. Okay, and then we can take and just bring this right up. There it is. Wherever. Once again, you're only limited here by your imagination. There. And maybe a little bit of shadow right in there. Wherever. Okay, now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I want to create some mist at the base of this. Just tap, always following those angles that you put in there, and lift gently upward. Just lift it upward. There we go. And over here, grab that and let it sort of blend outward so it looks very soft. See there? Very gentle, peaceful. There. Okay, now. And sometimes it's fun. I tell you what, let's just do it. What the heck? Watch right here. Maybe right in here there lives another little peak right there. See, all you got to do is take a little white and drop that little rascal in. I don't know where it goes. Maybe wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. I know when I was young, I always wanted this much power to be able to move mountains. There. And on this canvas, I have that now. And you can too. There. Don't have any power anywhere else, but here, I can do anything I want. Little shadows right in here. Like so. There. Wherever there's a little peak, you have to have a little shadow to make it look right. We take our clean, dry brush, and once again, we want to create that illusion of mist. And we do that just by tapping the base of it here, and then lifting upward. That blends it all together and takes out the little tap marks. There. Okay. Okay, we just blend that to any degree of softness that you want. You can even tap it a little down here if you're real careful, and create the illusion of little clouds and mist that are floating all down toward the base of this. Just using the top corner of the brush. Okay, good. Let's take, we'll use that same color. What the heck, I'm gonna put a little white with it. Same color, a little bit of white with it. Maybe I'll add the least little touch of sap green to it. We're getting close enough into the foreground here that we can begin seeing some color. A little bit of green. Wipe the old knife. Let me grab a fan brush here. There's one. Load it full of color, and maybe right in here, there's just a few little trees that live right in there. Right in there, wherever you want them. And as many as you want. Just drop them in. There. Okay. Just sort of tapping downward with a fan brush. There's one. Maybe this one's a little bigger and you can see a few limbs on him. Most of them are going to be too far away, but maybe here and there we can see the limbs on a few. Just a few. There we go. Okay, there's another one that we can make out a little detail on. Maybe on this side over here, there's even one. All right. I'm going to take a 2-inch brush and just tap the base of it here. I want to create more mist at the bottom of these. And each layer, I like to have a little mist at the bottom of the layer. And that acts as your separator. And you can do that very simply by just tapping. Just tapping a little. And each one of these layers create another plane in your painting. And the more planes that you have, the more depth you'll see in your painting. And to me, that's what really makes a painting spectacular, is when you can see layer after layer after layer of depth in it. Let's mix up. Take some black, Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, and sap green. We've got just about everything that's dark here. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. And we'll use the old fan brush again. Load it full of color. Full of color. Now then, I think I want some big rock formations, as we mentioned earlier here. So back in here, maybe there's some little evergreens that have grown way up in here. Let's just start putting in some basic little shapes that live way back in there. Just a few. There, we give him a little friend. We don't want him sitting way up here by himself. Shoot, he gets scared. There, maybe. There's some in here. Now, one thing that we did here, if you remember, we did this black gesso thing here, and I just sort of painted the indication of a few little trees in there. Now, the paint is transparent enough that they will continue to show through, and it'll look like a lot of trees in the background that are shadows. So don't cover up each one of those when you do yours. Leave them in there. People will think you worked like a devil to put them in there. And you didn't do anything. But shh, that's our secret. That's our secret. There we go. Maybe this one's got a little yaha in him, little crook in him. But see, you can see this one back in here. That was done with the black gesso, and it almost looks like a little tree that's laying back here in the mist. It's a sneaky way of doing them. Okay, just here and there, wherever you think these little rascals should live. Okay, now then, maybe down here we have a few more. Touch, use the corner of the brush, work back and forth. I think I've mentioned in some other series, if you've painted with me before, that a lady in class one time said these were Z trees, like Zorro, Z trees. So maybe that's a good analogy, just sort of working back and forth, making little Z's. Sometimes when you're painting over, like this white back here, there's a lot of white paint here. Sometimes when you're painting over that much paint in the background, your brush will begin picking that up. If that happens, add the least, and I'll say that again, the least little amount of paint thinner to your paint, to your brush, and go through the paint. And it'll make it a little thinner. And as we know, a thin paint, maybe right there, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And you just put as many or as few of these little devils in here as you want. Okay, we'll take another fan brush here. We'll take a little of that same color, then go into a little bit of cad yellow, a little yellow ochre. Shoot, we'll grab a little Indian yellow too. Just mix them together on the brush. Want it darker, so we pick up a little more of that mountain tree color. A little bit more. Oh, that's good, that's good. Let's go up here. Now then, we can come right in here, and let's begin putting in a few highlights on these evergreens back here. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. It gets good. Feels good. And sometimes you forget to stop. Then it's all over. Because if you kill all this dark area in here, then your tree's going to look flat, and we want it to have shape and dimension and form. So don't overdo. And I know that's a tendency. I do it myself continually. There. Leave them quite dark. Shoot, maybe let's go up here on this big rock we're going to have. Maybe there's even a little color. I don't want a lot up here, but a little that you can see here and there on these big stones. I don't want much up here. In my mind, the stone's a little bit further back, so I don't want a lot there. Now then, let's take We'll take some Van Dyke brown, little dark sienna. We'll just do it on the fan brush here. And maybe we have our stone lives right here. And all I'm doing is just putting in some very basic little shapes. Very basic little shape. Maybe there's a big projection right there. We're just going to fill that in with a lot of dark color. Shoot, maybe them old rocks project out and down. There. Got to make them little noises to get them rocks just right. We'll take the small knife, or the big one, whichever one you prefer. Little dark sienna, a little white, a little blue in part of it. See, there's 2 or 3 different colors going on here now. So they're just not all the same. Just in one pile, though, you can have several things happening. And that way, you can get a multitude of things on your knife in one loading. See, just cut across and get a little roll. We'll go up here, and maybe there's a little light playing right through there, and sort of see, you can sort of bend that over so that rock just sort of hangs over there. And there it comes. Maybe there's we're all the way over. Barely touching the canvas. There. And in the shadow part of it, there's very little color. Very little color. Only out here where you think light would strike. I want to keep it quite dark so it does not lose its effectiveness. Just begin thinking about rocks and stones and how they would set in here. You can actually just about sculpt them as you're doing these things with a knife. Shoot, look at here. Maybe this big old rock comes down. There we go. See, once again, got to make those little noises. Something like so. Now then, we'll take a clean and very dry, large brush. And this is 2 hairs and some air. Just barely touch it and begin pulling that paint a little bit, just a little. There, see? Barely touching. But you have to follow those angles in there. You have to follow those angles or it just doesn't work out right. But this is one of the easiest, nicest ways of making large, effective stones that people will really think you work for long periods of time. And at home, you can set and add and blend and add and blend until you get it exactly the way you want it. But with this large brush here, it is the most gentle touch, that gentle, like a whisper floating over there. And we can tap that brush into the least little touch of titanium white. Least little touch, just the corner, top corner, and we can create the illusion of mist right there. Least little bit of titanium white though. It's like making a little cloud down at the bottom. Now then, let's go back, get some Van Dyke brown. Let's come right in here. Maybe there's another little stone. Lives right there. Right there. Comes right along. Something like that. Something like that. And comes right on. Choom, wherever we want them. And here and there, there's going to be a little. Maybe we'll have this just hang over. All we're doing is putting in Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna here. We don't need much because we have all this nice dark color down here. Okay, we'll take a little bit of our brown and white. Barely touch, barely touch. Just here and there. See, let that just, there we go. Just barely grazing the canvas though. Barely grazing the canvas. Now then, let's go into a little bit of the cat yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Here and there, the least little touch of bright red. And load up an old 2-inch brush and begin thinking about little grassy things that live all up in here. See them? See them? There they are. Just all kinds of little doers. And maybe, I think, let's have a little path that lives right in there. And you can do that just by going back and forth with the fan brush. Little place where you can step out here and see what's going on. up in here, just some more little bushes that live here. And we're going to have some of them that come right over the edge, choom, and just sort of fall. Little sap green added to that once in a while. See them? All these little things in here. And you can put as many or as few as you want. There they come, just like so. Wherever. And we have a huge ledge up here now. Shoot, I tell you what, let's, you know me. You know me. I got a minute or two left here, so let's get crazy. I'm going to take some of the liquid white and go right through titanium white just to thin it down a little bit. In fact, tell you what, I'm going to dip into the liquid clear. That'll make it shine when it's dry. Take a little liquid clear. Maybe in our world, water comes bloop right over like that. Look at there. See it? But it's important you get that angle right. Add the least little touch of phthalo blue in there. Maybe the water changes direction right here and goes. Look at that. Got to make those little noises. Just falls right over. That easy. That easy. Now then, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. We have to have something here to hold this one in. So we'll use a little brown and we'll put a little happy stone that lives right there. There we go. Okay, a little bit of our highlight color. Just let it touch and bounce. Choom. There we are. Just to sort of form the stones and give the indication that there's some nice stones living down there. With our clean brush, it's very dry. Gently, gently graze it. Just graze it. Maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right there. That easy though, you can drop it in. We'll take our fan brush. It's got the liquid clear on it and the titanium white. Same as the 1-inch brush head. We'll put a little splash right there. Waterfall hits right there and just sort of plays around. Boom. All kinds of little splashers happen out here. There. See that? There they go, though. Just boom, wherever you think they would fall and splash and hit. Tell you what. Now then, let's take a little touch of the liquid white. I'm going to put a little touch of dark sienna into that. And with a liner brush, I'll show you a neat way of making some trees while we have time. A little paint thinner, a little Van Dyke brown. Load the brush full of brown first, both sides. Then we'll take and pull one side right through a little bit of that highlight color. And maybe in our world, there's an old dead tree that lives right there. And give them another one that lives right there. And maybe a little baby one, too. We don't want him left out. And we'll have just a couple of old branches hanging off of him. Here and there. Shoot, I think with that, we about have a finished painting. I think we'll call that one done. It's quite a challenge. Let me hear from you if you do this one. Until then, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. Today is the last show of the 30th series, so I thought today we'd do something that's just a lot of fun. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here today. I have my standard old canvas up here today, but I've taken a little bit of black gesso and a natural sponge. I use a natural sponge because it has more design to it than a man-made sponge. And I've just taken and tapped black gesso on the bottom part like so. We've allowed that to dry completely. Then I went back and covered the entire canvas with liquid clear. On top of the clear, on the bottom part only on the bottom, the dark part, I've covered that with a very thin mixture of sap green, Prussian blue, and a little Van Dyke brown. And we just put a thin coat of that over the dark area. Other than that, we're ready to go. Let's start with a little 2-inch brush today and go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It is a very warm, nice blue. Okay, let's go up in here. maybe in our world here, let's just dance in the indication of a little sky here. We don't care. We just sort of dance it in, let it go. Something about like that. Wherever. But I'm using little X's, little crisscross strokes, something about like that. And that's all we're looking for. And I've intentionally left some light areas in here. Just leave them in. Don't just make your sky one old dead color. Shoot, let it have some action in it. But you can always go back, pick up a little titanium white, as I just did, and just paint these in if you want to. But I like to have some little light areas in the sky. Makes it a little more interesting. There we are. Something about like that. And that's really all I'm looking for today. And that's going to be our sky. All right. Go across just to take out the little brush strokes, bring everything together. Shoot, we're in business. And that easy. We have a little sky. Let's take, I'm going to use a little Prussian blue, some sap green, maybe even a little black in it, some brown to dull it. Now, we'll take a little white and put it in there and we'll find out what color we have. Too bright. Put a little more brown in it. We just use brown to sort of dull it. Maybe even a little dark sienna. That's what I'm looking for. Just sort of play around till you find a color that you like. There. Now, I just use that same old brush. It's working pretty good. Tap a little color into it. Like this. Maybe in our world, maybe there's a big mountain lives right here. There. It just comes right down. I don't know, wherever it wants to go. But little trees and things are growing on this mountain. Maybe it comes down right over in here too. You decide. There. Just make a decision, drop it in. Just drop it in. Now I've got several brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing brushes. I'm going to take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and tap the base of that severely. Really getting in there and tapping it. I want to create the illusion of mist. Right there. See how misty that looks already? Looks like little trees growing right up the side of the hill. All right. Now, going back to the same brush, same color. Same old color. And maybe we'll put another little duder right there. You can have as many or as few as you want in your world. Just drop them in. But once again, get the clean brush. And I want to create that illusion of mist down at the base of this too. Now already, see how that mist separates? That's your separator. That's what keeps them apart. You need that little area in there. It becomes a very good friend. You can even tap a little titanium white on your brush if you want to increase that. And just tap it and it look like little mist that's just floating around down and nice. I get excited. I've probably painted 20 or 30,000 paintings in my life, and I still get excited when I see it work. And it does work. It does work. All right, clean off a little spot to work. Let's see, maybe today, let's get crazy. Prussian blue, midnight black, some brown, some crimson, and there's some sap green. Most of your dark colors, all your dark colors, it doesn't matter. There. Okay, wipe off the knife. Let's grab, we'll use number 3 fan brush. Just mix some color on the brush. Load both sides full of color, something about like that. Maybe in our world, back in here, lives a little tree. Right there. See? There he is. These little trees live right in your fan brush. Just sort of shake them out. There. Start with just the corner of the brush. Don't go straight in though. I'll show you one more time. Give another one right there. Turn the brush way around and use just the corner. And basically we're using that same corner all the way down the tree. We're just applying more pressure to bend it. Get tough with it. Then you can just go back, scrape in the indication of some little trunks. And you can turn a few trees into a lot of trees just by doing that. And maybe touch right there and lift up. Just want to lift up. I know that's hard to see, but we'll see it in a second. Looks like little things that are happening way up in there. Now, I'll just take that same brush, wipe off the excess, and I'll go right into the cad yellow. The color that's on there mixed with yellow will make a gorgeous green color. We just load both sides like that. And we can come back, put a few highlights on our little trees, and that way they'll stand out more. There they come. There. And maybe in here, just give it a little upward push. Look like little grassy areas that are growing around the foots of this tree. Something like so. Let's have some fun today. Shoot, let's get crazy already. I'm gonna take some black, some brown mixed together. I'll be right back. I'm going over here and get some paint thinner in this. I want to make this very thin. So I'm just adding paint thinner. Just dipping into my washer bucket there. Put a little paint thinner on the palette. It's black and brown's all it is. Okay, now I'm going to take some white, a little bit of white, brown, a little black, making the same color, only lighter, and I will also thin it down with paint thinner. So we have two piles of thin paint, dark and light, something like that. Now then, let's take the filbert brush. Make sure it's clean. I like to paint some rocks, so let's do it by going through the dark, both sides. Then I'll take one side only through the light. See? So I have light on one side, dark on the other. And up in here, yep. Now here comes see, there lives a whole bunch of little happy rocks right up here. That easy. That easy. You can put rocks wherever you want them, and you can do it in a single stroke. Ready to get crazy? I'm going to take a little bit of liquid clear and go into titanium white. I want to thin the color. Get a little phthalo blue on there too. But this color is thinner. I put liquid clear with it. And it's time to have some fun. We go on to do, maybe there's a little bit of water. It's just running along right here underneath that. Just having a good time. It's a wonderful day. Just flowing along, singing a little song. And then all of a sudden, somebody pulled the stopper out. Oh my gosh. Water just fell down. There, see? That easy though. You can create the illusion of a beautiful little waterfall. Isn't that fantastic? There. Now, let's take our little, I'm going to use the little blender brush. It's very soft. We'll create the illusion of some mist down at the base of this. Little blender brush, I'm tapping into a little touch of titanium white. Very soft though, very gentle brush. It'll just create that misty illusion that easy. Very soft. Now, let's go back to, we'll just use a little filbert. Same thing, I'm gonna put dark and light on it. And we need something here. We need to contain this water so it doesn't get away. So we'll just start here and just decide, maybe there's a big old rock that lives there. Like that, and we'll let it disappear right down into the mist. There, see, that easy. And in our world, maybe, yeah, big old rock lives right there. He's got the best view of all. And we'll have something over here just to contain it. You just need something to contain your water so it doesn't get away. All right, maybe. You just put these old rocks and stones wherever you think they should live. A little dark color right in there. Then you turn the brush over and just put a little highlight on it. Don't need a lot. Do not need a lot. Something about like that. Okay, let me find, we'll use a fan brush. We have some dark color mixed up here. Load the brush full of the dark color. And it's time to really get crazy here and have some fun. Let's go up here and make some big decisions in our world. You ready? This is your bravery test already. Right there. Big tree, goes all the way off the canvas. We use the dark first, just so we have something to put our light on. It's the only reason it's there. There we go. Just make a basic tree shape here. Big tree. Whew. He lives right here next to the waterfall. What a view. He would have it made. I'm gonna add a little paint thinner on my brush just to make this flow over this other paint a little easier and put one right in there too. Maybe we'll have a whole forest today. There, see, here he comes. Big old tree lives there. And maybe we can see a little one that's hiding back in there somewhere. Just a little quiet tree. He didn't get much attention. There's one. There's one. Now down here where the black gesso is, and we have color on top of the black gesso, it doesn't much matter. The gesso does the work for us. It really, this black gesso is great. It makes painting so much easier when you're doing areas that have a lot of dark in them. I don't know why somebody didn't come up with that years ago. It's logical. Alrighty. I want one more tree. I like a lot of trees. He lives right there. Okay. See, but once again, you don't have to mess with the bottom at all. You don't even know. And if you do, don't tell nobody. Shh, secret. Maybe here's one here. Now, see all this stuff here with the black gesso? I'm going to leave some of that showing through. It'll look like background material, trees and bushes that are growing far away, and you did basically nothing. And it'll drive people crazy trying to figure out how you got all that detail in your painting. Shh, it's our secret. Don't tell them. There, just paint them a painting and give to them. That's better. There we are. You know, that's one thing I hear every day from people all over the country, is that these paintings make some of the most fantastic gifts, and that friends and relatives appreciate them so much more than something they went out and just bought and handed them. This is something that you created with your own hand, that came out of your imagination. It's special. It is special that you care enough about someone to do a painting for them. And it may be about as close to immortality as any of us are going to ever come. Because we know that paintings last, if you take care of them, shoot, they can last hundreds of years. I'm going to tell you what, I'll go back to the same brush. Put some highlights on them rascals. Just use that same color. We'll go into the yellow ochre, cad yellow. Make a nice green color. Let's go up in here. Now we can come back and we can begin highlighting some of these rascals. Then they'll stand out a little better. You have to make big decisions though. Where do they live? I want it to go right down here and disappear in the mist. Disappearing tree. Here comes, there's one. You decide. You decide where they are. See? Disappear, disappear. Darker, darker, darker down in here. Darker, darker. This little tree over here, don't want him left out. Something like so. This one here. Just let it go. And don't want this one to feel neglected. So we'll put something on him too. Darker, darker, darker as it works its way down. And we'll go over to the other side and put a few over here. There. We don't want any jealousy between trees. So we'll take care of all these little rascals. Take care of them all. My little squirrel would like to live out here with all these trees. There we go. Hope you've enjoyed in this series seeing all of our little animals. We've shown Peapod Jr. several times. We even had a little flying squirrel. Had one bird. There. I really do like these little animals. They're so special to me. And I hope you enjoy sharing them with me. There. See down here, we just sort of let it go. Maybe we can't even determine which tree belongs to which. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There. All right. Now then, let's get crazy. Back to my little blender brush. I want to create the illusion that this waterfall is crashing over here and it's making a lot of mist and it's floating up way up here in amongst all these trees. Now this brush is soft enough that you can literally paint right over the top of paint without destroying or mixing. That's why we came out with a little blender brush. It really does work great. Look at there. Just sort of lay that mist right in between those. I get excited when I see this. I used to work myself to death to try to create effects like this. And now they're so easy. So easy. There. I think this style of painting has opened painting to every person who's ever wanted to put a dream on canvas. Because everybody can do this. You don't have to go to school half your life to paint like this. You can do it. All you got to do is practice a little and just believe in yourself. I know you can do it. If I know, you certainly do. But look at that mist. See it just sort of blowing up there between the trees? Hey, I like that. I do like that. Now, let me find my little fan brush. It's got the liquid clear, a little phthalo blue and white on it. And maybe back out here through the mist, just some little water sneaking back out. There it comes. There it comes. It's just wandering around. Now, there ought to be a rock there. Let's do it. Take some Van Dyke Brown, Midnight Black. A little dark sienna in it. Yeah, there he is. I know it's hard to see, but I'll put some highlight on him, make him stand out a little better. A little brown and white. And here we go. Just a little highlight on that rascal. There, see? Just enough to make him stand out. Don't want it to get too bright. I want this to be pretty dark down in here. But we know there's a happy little rock down there. All right. Something about like that. As I mentioned at the beginning of this show, this is the last show of the 30th Joy of Painting series. It's almost unbelievable to me that in the past 10 years we've done basically 400 Joy of Painting shows. And it has become the most popular art show in the history of television. And it's your fault. It is absolutely your fault. You have invited us into your homes. You made us feel like part of your family. And I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. So in case we don't have time, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the joy of painting with all of us here. There we are. We're just making a little water that just, maybe it'll wander off over here. About like that. I really like these little waterfall things. Because you can make rocks under the water. You can just make as many as you want. Have them go anywhere that you want them to go. Up to you. Up to you. On this piece of canvas, you can literally do anything that you want to do. Take some black, Van Dyke Brown. I want to have a cliff. Big old rock lives right here. Big old rock. Big rock. There he is. There he is. Something about like so. Least little touch of the brown and white. Just enough that you can see it a little bit. Don't overdo. Just a little bit on the edge. Now we'll use some of that nice dark color that we had just to cover up some of this mist. I'm gonna have maybe there's a little bush lives up here, tree. It's getting bigger. My bush became a tree. Yeah, bushes do that sometimes. They just keep growing until they become trees, and that's okay. It's okay. Let's take a little bit of that same color, a little of the yellows. Just mix them together, like so. Give a little tap, a little push, get a little ridge of paint lives out here on the paintbrush. You could do this with a 1-inch brush or with a 2-inch brush. It's up to you. There. Thought today we'd just use the 2-inch because that's what we got going, so we'll just keep using it. There we go. Just load a little more color on there. Now if you have trouble making this stick, add a little tiny bit of paint thinner, a small amount of paint thinner to your brush, and then go through the paint. The paint thinner will will thin your brush, thin your paint. Oh, the old age is setting in here. It'll thin the paint just enough that it'll go right on top of there without any problem. There we are. All kinds of little grassy things that live in there. Maybe it comes right on down in here. Wherever. Wherever. There we go. See? But you can just make layer after layer after layer of these. Many or as few as you desire in your world. All right. Something about like that. Okay, now we'll just sort of let that wander off into nowhere. We don't care. Just don't care. Here's a few that hang over the edge. Because they don't just grow on the top. Some of them hang over, big old mossy things. They hang over there and have a good time. Going back to my little filbert brush, dark on one side, light on the other. But try that. This works great. See, dark, go through the light. Now you have light on one side, there you can see it good, and dark on the other. It's one of the neatest ways I've ever come up with of making a lot of little stones. Very easy. You just put them wherever you want them. And in one stroke, you can make both sides of the stone. Maybe there's one that lives out here in the water. Jumped in when he was just a little one. When he was just a little guy. Maybe his mother wasn't watching him. He jumped in the water and he's lived there ever since. A few little splashes right around the bottom here. Got to cover up his foot so he won't look right. See, just have the water work right around that little rascal. Now it sets in the water and the water's going. This is a super place to come and fish for trout. I know there's one that lives right in here. Big old trout. There. Another little watery fall there. You can get carried away making these things and just get a little bit crazy. But that's okay. In your world, you make as many or as few as you want. Once again, it's a very individual thing. A little more of the green on the brush. But notice that little ridge. I keep pointing it out. Give a little push, and that'll load the paint right on there for you in the right way. And then you can go up here, use just the corner of the brush. Tap in some little bushies that live right there at his foot. Shoot. I think we're about finished. I'll find my little script liner brush, and I think I'll sign this painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this painting and this entire series with us. We look forward to seeing you again in the very near future. And once again, if you have a minute, let the station know that you like this program. And maybe we'll be with you for many, many more years. Until next time, on behalf of all the personnel here, my partners, Walt and Lynette Kowalski, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend.